Hello and welcome to the stream of Tomb Raider Remastered. This is the remasters of 1, 2 and 3, starting of course with Tomb Raider 1 Remastered. Going to be doing a Tomb Raider Remastered marathon. So this is Tomb Raider Remastered 1, 2 and 3 in a bundle. And coming up on the 14th of February is the remasters of Tomb Raider 4, 5 and 6, which is actually Tomb Raider The Last Revelation, Tomb Raider Chronicles, and Tomb Raider The Angel of Darkness. So I'll be doing those ones when that actually releases. But I'm hoping to time my playthroughs of Tomb Raider Remastered 1, 2, and 3 so I can just start the remasters of Tomb Raider 4 straight away. Not literally straight away, but I can start my stream of the remaster of Tomb Raider 4 after midnight on the 13th of February, which is when the game will be accessible to me, and then I'll do like a really late for me stream of that game. But here we are with the first Tomb Raider Remastered game. Hey there Lucas, welcome on in. How's it going? Hey there Stan, good day to you as well dude. How's things? Hey there Sona, welcome on in. And yeah, it must have been the wind. Damn it wind, come on. So it's a nickname your dad gave you, but unless you hear the hook part, it's hard to describe. Oh, that's fair enough as well. Yeah, but that's cool that it's a nickname that your father gave you. Stan, really late for you must be like next day's midday. Yeah, because you casually stream until morning. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, like doing streams that start, around 4 p.m. Sometimes, a bit later, like today it's 6:30 p.m. starting this. Starting at that time and then going until like 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning. Like I went really long yesterday for Mass Effect 3 to finish it off. I went till about, I think it was 4 a.m. somewhere there around that time for me. But yeah, it's cool to do different things every so often. So when the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2 and 3 came out, as soon as it was available to me to access, I actually did a stream. I think I finished that stream about 6 a.m. or something like that. So I'll be doing something similar for the remasters of 4, 5 and 6. So for this playthrough, I won't actually be switching back and forth to the old school graphics. However, when we get to the remasters of Tomb Raider 4, 5 and 6, I will actually be doing comparison of the graphics as we go through those games. But I've already done it with these games before, so I won't do it a second time. You're excited for it? Oh, that's great, Stan. That's good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to those remasters too, because especially 5 and 6, Chronicles and the Angel of Darkness, there's a lot of things that needed to be fixed, so I'm hoping they fix those as well. Dr. Darling, 15 minutes left till the alarm goes off, then you have to go away for keyboard for 2 to 3 hours. You gotta love the timing sometimes, Dr. Darling. Hey there, Mr. Goatee. Welcome on in, dude. How's things? I only do this for sport. Thanks for redeeming that quote from Tomb Raider 1. Alright, so I've kept tank controls and I've taken off the health bars for the bosses. I've kept the vibration on. I've taken the action indicators off. What this does is when there's an item you can pick up or there's something to interact with, there'll actually be an icon that will appear on the screen to let you know that Lara is close enough to it to actually interact with it. But if you take that off, that won't appear, so you got to sort of like judge it yourself as well. They kind of got better with these games where you didn't have to be pixel accurate to where you were standing. You could basically be a few centimeters off or a few inches off from where the item actually was and then press the button to pick it up, and Lara would actually move over, like she'd do a side step to the item and then do the animation for picking it up. You're good, tired and sore from gym. You're getting a new pet, PT, because your current one is moving back to Sydney. A new private personal trainer. I got you now, yeah. Well, that's definitely fair enough as well, But I hope that you'll recover well from the gym. I think I've got this okay. And extras, which aren't really extras. It's not like there's an audio commentary or something like that. Alright. So, just trying to think. What I might do is I actually might do the Croft Manor as well, as part of the playthrough.
Welcome to my home. I'll take you on a guided tour. Okay, let's do some tumbling. Press the jump button. Ah, the main hall. Sorry about the crates. I'm having some things put into storage and the delivery people haven't been yet.
There we go. We have the Ark of the Covenant. Tomb Raider of the Lost Ark. So, no, oh, you're thinking physical therapist. Oh, yeah. I mean, that could fit too. Mr. Gote, it's going to be sad though, because his is the one that taught you everything. That's definitely understandable, dude. And when you get used to someone and their help as well, it can be hard when they, move on to somewhere else. Hey there, Star. Welcome on in. Do it. Fuck yes. Yeah. Yeah, I thought I'd do it. I'm also trying to time things because I don't want to get through the game too quick that my Friday stream has to be something else. uh, well, I mean, if it has to be something else, then that's fine. But I don't want to start Tomb Raider 2 on the Friday and then not do Tomb Raider 2 again until until the Wednesday the following week. So what I want to do is Tomb Raider 1 today and tomorrow, and then next Wednesday do Tomb Raider 2 and then 3. Or maybe I'll do a Monday stream as well. It just depends on how the timing goes. Stan, who is she speaking to? It's that old classic thing in old games where the character would be speaking to you as the player, telling you what to do and how to do it, and which buttons to press and all that kind of stuff. Star, does it still have the farting butler? In this one, he's not actually in the first one, but in Tomb Raider 2 and 3, in the manner he's in it. Lucas, right. Like anyone can really jump like that. Oh, yeah. But this is OG Lara. She has springs in her feet. Stan, how does she know who you are? Lara is very, very wise. Star, she broke the fourth wall. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of games in the 90s that did that, telling the player what buttons to press, even though they themselves in the world that they live in wouldn't have any concept of the fact that they're in a video game.
This used to be the ballroom, but I've converted it into my own personal gym. What do you think? Well, let's do some exercises. I don't actually run everywhere. When I want to be careful, I walk. Hold down the walk button and walk to the white line. With the walk button down, I won't fall off even if you try to make me. Go on, try it. don't actually run everywhere. When I want to be careful, I walk. Hold down the walk button and walk to the white line. If I do a running jump, I can make a jump like that, no problem. Right, this is a really big one. So do a running jump exactly as before, except while I'm in the air, press and hold the action button to make me grab the ledge. Nice.
It seems this is glitched. There's things that Lara should be saying for certain parts of this tutorial section that she's not actually saying. I found this happen with Tomb Raider 3 Remastered, actually, in the mana section. Lara's supposed to start talking about the steps as soon as you get on there. Like there, she starts talking about that.
Hold down the walk button and walk to the white line.
And she's supposed to say something here, but she's not. Same with here.
Right, this is a
she
really
talks
big
here
one.
to say what
So
to
do
do.
a running jump exactly as before, except while I'm in the air, press and hold the action button to make me grab the ledge.
And then she should be saying something here about what you need to do. I know what to do already, but I mean to say, I wanted to get the dialogue for it, but it seems this is glitched. Oh well, moving on.
Let's go for a swim.
Lucas, not wise. Undiagnosed schizophrenia. I mean, there has to be a level of craziness to Lara to be able to want to actually go into areas that are dangerous. She's definitely an adrenaline junkie. Stand tutorials of internetless times. That's true. Yeah, this the original version was released in 1996, so I think you were starting to see places like game FAQs and stuff. Star, you love Lara's mana. This was one of your dad's favorite games. This and Fatal Frame. Oh, that's really cool. That's awesome. Stan, what will these playthroughs include? Very vanilla. I'm just going through the games. I won't be doing all secrets or doing any challenge runs. Won't be doing any DLC either, as well, to make the timing happen with the new remasters coming out.
Right, now I'd better take off these wet clothes.
This is the story of a time long ago, a time of myth and legend, when the ancient hair were unbraided. Only one man dared to challenge their power, Tom Braider. Tom possessed a strength the world had never seen, a strength surpassed only by the power of his heart. He journeyed the earth, battling the minions of his wicked hairless mother Hera, the all-powerful queen of the gods. But wherever there was hair, wherever an innocent would suffer, there would be Tom Brady.
Very clever there, Dr. Darling. Thank you for redeeming that Bane impression, taking the intro to Hercules the Legendary Journeys and adding some differences to match Ave's meme of taking the word Tomb Raider but separating the T-O-M from the B, then adding the B to the Raider to get Tom Brady. Thanks for doing that. I love that show too as well. Same with Xena. Alright, so I'm just going to do New Game. Not going to do New Game Plus.
What's a man gotta do to get that kind of attention from you?
It's hard to say exactly, but you seem to be doing fine.
Well, great. Though truth is, it ain't me that wants you.
Oh?
No, Miss Jacqueline Natla does, from Natla Technologies. You know, creator of all things bright and beautiful.
Seal it, Larson.
Ma'am.
Feast your eyes on this, Lara. How does that make your wallet rumble?
I'm sorry. I only play for sport.
Then you'll like a big park. Peru. Vast mountain ranges to cover. Sheer walls of ice. Rocky crags. Savage winds. And there's this little trinket. An age-old artifact of mystical power is buried in the unfound tomb of Qualapec. That's my interest. You could leave tomorrow. Are you busy tomorrow?
That eyebrow raise. That's something that Angelina Jolie kept when she played Lara in the Tomb Raider movies. Dr. Darling, and be back in 2 to 3 hours. No worries at all. I'll still be streaming for a little bit. I won't be doing like a crazy 8-hour stream like yesterday though. Lucas, so this is Tomb Raider 1. Absolutely true. Yep, the very first one. Hey there, Cider, welcome on in. Rod, my fellow human being currently experiencing this thing called life. How are you doing? I'm doing well, thanks, Cider. Things are going good. Had a great stream yesterday, got Mass Effect 3 finished, but I went until 4 a.m. my time to finish it off, so this stream of Tomb Raider has started a bit later today. But doing well, things are going good. How about yourself? I want to take this opportunity to recommend a video that was done by someone who has done a lot of movie analysis videos and things like that too. His name's Rob Ager, and he did some videos of Tomb Raider 1, going through some of the levels and doing like an analysis of things like the textures and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to link to his first video, and he's got others there too. He most recently also did a video on one of the levels from Tomb Raider 2 as well. He did 3 levels from Tomb Raider 1, so it's about level design psychology. So I'll just provide a link to that. There we go. In the original Tomb Raider, one of the things that you couldn't do was move the camera around Lara 360 degrees. You only had the ability to go into look mode, and then this was as far as you could move the camera on either side of Lara. Something else that was not in the original was the ability to do a jump and then a roll in midair to change which direction Lara's facing in. That was something that was originally introduced in Tomb Raider 2, but for the remastered version of Tomb Raider 1, they've actually added it in, which I thought was quite cool, because it's a very handy thing, especially when it comes to shooting enemies. You can run at enemies, shoot at them, jump, and then spin around, and then, you know, do a different combination of stuff. Lucas, you mean Tom Brady. That's right. Tom Brady Remastered. And speaking of braids, Lara's hair braid in the original version wasn't actually implemented. They took it out. I think the reason was because of just it was hard to animate the ponytail, or it was also a memory issue or something like that. So in the original version of Tomb Raider 1, Lara doesn't actually have her braided ponytail. She's basically got her braid, I don't know the technical term for it, but she's actually got the start of what would have been her braid tied up. So that's something, of course, that they changed for the remastered version. In not only the remastered graphics, but also the old school graphics when you switch to them as well. in Tomb Raider Anniversary, which was a remake of this game, but also a prequel to Legend, this first bridge... Oh. Don't worry, the dogs are just sleeping. When you shoot the dogs in this game, the bullets turn into rubber ones. They don't, but... In Tomb Raider Anniversary, the remake of Tomb Raider 1 and the prequel to Legend, this first bridge actually collapses on you. So that was one of the things that they added to keep the player on their toes who had played the original version. I'm hoping that those games get a remaster as well, especially Tomb Raider Underworld, because they really need to fix the camera in that game. The camera is like trying to fight to regain your balance while standing on one foot out at sea on rough seas with wind and shit blowing everywhere. It doesn't take much for the camera to just, go on its own and change what it's looking at or things like that. Like, for example, you can be swinging on a rope, and if you swing too many times, the camera will actually abruptly change. Whoops. Lucas, isn't there one where she's trying to get out of a collapsing cave and the person she's with doesn't make it? Quite possibly. I can't think off the top of my head what one that might be. But there's certainly characters who accompany Lara on her adventure that unfortunately don't make it, as we saw with the guide at the start of this game who unfortunately got killed by wolves. Another Simone bot. Ben, if anyone else is a streamer watching, if you ever get someone follow your channel that has Simone and then numbers or random other letters in it, it's just a bot. When you click on their profile, usually it's one that's been created within the last 24 hours. So, goodbye, Simone2254. So now when you used to commercial fish with your dad on his 32-foot boat, it'd take you a week to get used to the rocking from the waves, and when fishing season was over, it'd take you a week to stop rocking back and forth on land. That's the average size for commercial salmon fishing in Bristol Bay. Oh, really? That would have felt weird. I don't know if it's exactly the same, but I remember as a kid jumping on a trampoline for a while and then getting off the trampoline, getting back to the ground, and then when you try to jump off the ground, it feels like gravity is even stronger. It's this very, very weird feeling. Hey there, Mr. Rabbit. Good morning, dude. How's it going? Cider, is Shadow Man worth playing? You've been eyeing up the remaster on PlayStation now. PlayStation Network. Yeah, I think it is. I mean, I played the Nintendo 64 version recently for its 25th anniversary last year, and there's a lot of things in it that I would assume, and hopefully so, that they've fixed in the remaster. The game itself is definitely very tricky. There's a map system, but there's no way to mark a waypoint on your map or anything like that. So it can get confusing at times. It's very easy to get lost as well, and all that kind of stuff. But it's like a very, very creepy kind of game. So if you like horror stuff, it's definitely really good. In some ways, it's like Tomb Raider, like the old school Tomb Raider games, being able to jump and climb and stuff. But I should actually play the remastered version and see what that's like. I don't know what I was fucking doing. My mind's gone. the memory of where I needed to go was just like, see you, Rod. I'm going to leave you now. Mr. Epic. PS2 era gameplay jankiness. Well, you're a bit late. This is a PS1 era, but you're close enough, though. So in the rough seas everywhere. You do get some calm water days, though. Well, that's good that you do, at least. It's not all, hectic and all over the place. Oh, nice, Mr. Epic. That's good. I'm glad to hear that you're going well. Summer's going pretty good, but I can't wait till it's finished. It'll definitely be good when it's done. So sounds good. Thank you, Rod. Oh, no trouble at all. Yeah. It was one of those games, too, that when I first played it, like, where I was living at the time, and I think I was about 14, 15 years old when that game came out. Where I was living at the time, I had like this area, like there was a double garage that we had, and there was like a wall in between the garages. So one of them was actually like a little entertainment area that I had, where I had my game and all that kind of stuff set up. And playing horror games, late at night in that sort of garage area, was kind of like a really great immersion when playing horror games, especially watching horror movies and all that kind of stuff as well. So when I was playing Shadow Man recently, there was a part of the game that was really creeping me out. And it was this part where you're in this apartment building and there's like problems with the lighting, not in terms of gameplay, but I mean on purpose. There's like lighting that isn't working, so you need to get it back on as well. And I was really, really creeped out by the whole thing. And I was thinking back on it, and I was like, why would I have felt like that? And it hit me, and I was like, oh, maybe I'm remembering subconsciously how I felt when I played the game when it first came out, being on my own in that garage late at night, playing that part as well. So it was probably one of those things where back when I played it, it really creeped me out, that part. And then when I played it recently, after all these years, because it was like 1999, 2000 when I played it last. And when I was thinking about it, I was like, oh, that's probably why I felt creeped out in that part. Because it didn't happen in any other part, like when I replayed it, but just that part. So that must have subconsciously affected me in some way, Mr. Epic, could PS1 handle gameplay like that? Yeah. So there's a full season, but that's mostly for silvers, and they don't have as high as prices. Oh, that's fair enough. Sona, yeah. Mr. Epic didn't remember a lot of the PS1 games. Yeah. So this is PS1 era. The first 5 games in the series in Tomb Raider were PS1 era, and then the Angel of Darkness, which is the 6th entry, that was the first PlayStation 2 game in the series. You played a lot of GTA 1 and 2. Oh, very nice. I had 2 on PS1, but I never actually finished it. Cider, you love the sound of that. Garages at night are creepy enough. That's so true, Cider. They really can be as well, And those sorts of memories, it's really cool when they resurface. So it unlocked a core gaming memory. Yeah, you could definitely call it that. That's for sure. Yeah, because, it was really like, I guess too, like, the actual location itself is the most kind of like real life place in the game, where it's sort of like the other places, they're sort of like otherworldly, but that was actually like a place, and it was like, thinking about how that could really happen, serial killer and all that kind of stuff, so it adds an extra layer of sort of like creepiness to the whole thing in that particular part of the game. in these games too, if you locked onto an enemy, if you hold down the shooting button, even when they're not actually near you, it'll keep track of their position with the camera. See how even when they're dead? Which I thought was quite good as well. So if you're shooting at an enemy and then they go and hide somewhere, if you hold down the shoot button while they're hiding, the camera will still actually track their position, so that when they come out in the open again and you start shooting, then you'll be able to hit them. Mr. Epic, neither did you, Rod. You just shot a lot of people, jacked cars, and run over people. Yeah, that's the thing about the GTA games. You know, you can definitely spend a lot of time just doing that and not actually doing any missions and stuff. Could be fun times, though. So you're still slowly playing through the Silent Hill 2 remake, and you're getting back flashes of playing the original on PS2. Oh, nice, that's cool. Yeah, it's that kind of feeling of the familiar, but done in a different way, where you know what's happening and what's going to happen. But with a remake, there can be a different vibe mixed in as well. I remember when I first played Resident Evil 1 Remake, I was more used to the original, so it threw me for a loop, how different the layouts were and all that kind of stuff. And then, after playing Remake of 1, I went back and played the original, and I was starting to actually remember where things were in the remake, which of course isn't where they are in the original. Lara's lung capacity in these earlier games is pretty crazy as well. Mr. Epic, games these days don't have the vibe they used to have. Somewhere along the line, they lost the magic. Last bought like one or two games because the rest was just boring or full of microtransactions. Oh, last year, meant. Last year, you only bought like one or two games because the rest was just boring or full of microtransactions. Yeah, I don't blame you as well. You know, you got to sort of have like a line where you just say, no, that's enough as well. Because otherwise, it becomes a thing where they're like, oh, people love this kind of stuff. We'll put more in it. I was like, no. So in a way, your great grandma in her younger days would herd reindeer and basically change homes with the seasons. Oh, really? That's interesting. That'd be a lot of moving, a lot of prep and all that kind of stuff. Mr. Epic, thanks for redeeming. Rest in peace, Lara. So, would you like me to have Lara do a dive from a height and break her neck? Or would you like me to have her drown underwater? Yeah, I haven't really seen too much of it, Lucas, myself, but it is cool when you see places and you think to yourself, that would actually be a really good place. So now, before the time zones were consolidated, you had four of them, Aleutian, Western, Central, and Panhandle, but since most traffic is by airlines, we now have the Aleutian and Alaska highway zones. It's definitely interesting when they change things like that as well, you know. Hey there, Ryan. I'm doing well, thanks, dude. How's things been? Mr. Epic, your greatest fear is drowning, so do it. No worries at all. We can definitely do that. First, I better actually use some health, because I haven't actually saved it yet. So what I want to do is get as close to the water as possible. Actually, no, I'll save here. That's right, it's, is it left control stick that brings up load. Pushing in the right control stick brings up save. There we go. I don't know what my process was for saving when I played this last time. Because there's the playthrough that I did when the remaster first came out, and then there's the playthrough that I did for my annual playthrough, because I used the remaster, but I changed the graphics to the old school for it. So I think that was for that one. But I don't know why there's a third save. Maybe I saved to do something. I don't know. Well, I'll just say that's my first playthrough of the remastered version. That was my annual playthrough last year, and I'll make this save slot this playthrough. Alrighty then. Let's honor the rest in peace Lara. There we go. Thanks for the rest in peace, Lara redeem there, Mr. Epic. Ryan, not too bad. Just at the gym, getting a little warm up, started on the bike. Oh, very nice, Ryan. That's cool. That's good. I hope you have a great gym session. I hope you enjoy it. Hey, Godfather Owl is going to be playing 4 to 6 Remastered. You assume so. Marathon Anniversary Gamer of the Generation. Rod Legion from the Australian region. Very nice there, Godfather Owl. Nice rhyme. I definitely will be, yeah. Yeah, I'm calling this a Tomb Raider Remastered Marathon. So my timing is hopefully going to be so that when I finish the remastered Tomb Raider 3, that it'll be the day before I start Tomb Raider 4 Remastered, after it becomes available to me when midnight passes over on the 13th of February. Because I'll be doing a very late stream on the 14th of February to start the playthrough of the remasters of Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6. So at least there's no Sonic 2 panic music playing the closest she drowns. No, that is true as well. I still remember that music too. Yeah, Mr. Epic, the spasm as well. Lucas, that drowning took forever. It really did. Yeah, Lara's lung capacity is really, really good in these older games. So I had to wait for that to go down, and then the health as well. Godfather, our professionalism. Yeah, like it can be tricky sometimes because there's some sections of these games that might take a bit longer than others as well. And over the years, I've made sure to play these games without using a guide as much as possible. So it's just a good habit to get into and try and, remember the layouts and all that kind of stuff. But I've never been able to remember the layouts like the back of my hand for years and years on end as well. So, but it's been good to get used to the layouts, and playing them more often definitely helps too as well. So considering how athletic Lara is, it makes sense how long she can hold her breath. That's true, yeah, and also like she's got a lot of height when she jumps as well, even when standing position as well. And can do, somersaults and dives and all that kind of stuff. A way to kind of have the reboot version of Lara be able to do that stuff. I thought it would have been good, and it's too late to do this now though, because the animated series probably doesn't do anything like this, but I thought that it would have been good in the sequel to Shadow of the Tomb Raider that Lara was able to do the athletic stuff that Lara could do in the classic games, with an in-universe explanation that Lara decided she wanted to improve her skills and learn some more skills, and so she decided to get into gymnastics and all that kind of stuff. Because they've been talking about combining the version of old school Lara into the reboot version and make her closer to the old school version. So I thought you could do gameplay evolution while also doing a character evolution, because, I think it's plausible that a character like Lara would want to continually improve, her physicality and all that kind of stuff. So it made sense to me that if you're going to have the reboot version of Lara be more athletic, you could tie it into her desire to just do that natural, it's like want to get more skilled in that kind of stuff. Nice one, Lucas. She's part kangaroo. Kangaroo Croft. Hey there, Oliver. Good morning to you as well. Rod Raiders. Nice. How's it going, Oliver? So one of the very first things they teach you in gymnastics is the proper way to fall, to cause the least amount of damage. Definitely makes sense. Yeah, I mean, that's something that, is definitely good that they want people to learn as well, being able to land properly and safely. Mr. Epic, you remember with PSP version you did a lot of backflips because it looked awesome when she did her special 3 flips in the air, if you do it a few times. Oh yeah, Mr. Epic, in the Anniversary Legend and Underworld games, being able to do the flips and all that kind of stuff, and do like a different combination of stuff as well with those flips was really cool. Oliver, you feel that running around in those short pants can become uncomfortable? Yeah, that's the thing too as well. Like, what Lara's wearing wouldn't necessarily be 100% fitting for the environments, but on the other hand too, if you're going through an environment and you'd be like hot and sweaty, it would definitely make sense to wear something that is that allows your skin to breathe a bit more. Nice, that's awesome, Oliver. You got your day off today and tomorrow? Hell yeah. That's good to get 2 days off in a row. Sometimes I like to let the music breathe and not say anything over the top of it. Some great tunes. The older games are very liberal with where they actually put bits of music, but in some ways it feels like you've stumbled upon something that is of some kind of significance, whether it's when Lara has been in an underground area for a long time and then she finally gets to the point of the exit. They might put some music in there to have that play. There might be some kind of part of the environment that they want to show off, so they have some music play as well. So now, speaking of kangaroos, Lucas, Kangaroo Croft sounds like a band. Yeah, they dress up like kangaroos, bounce around on the stage. So now, speaking of kangaroos, whenever you wear any of your hoodies, you call the front pocket your kangaroo pouch. Oh, nice, Sona, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely fitting, that's for sure. Oh, nice, Mr. Epic. So it was Tomb Raider Legend on PlayStation Portable. You looked it up? Nice. Yeah, Tomb Raider Legend, I like that one a lot. It's a very short game, though. It's probably the shortest game in the series as well. So I imagine speedruns of it are like under half an hour, probably even less. Oliver, you just got back from your visit to your psychologist. Now going to finish your breakfast and head to the gym in about 2 hours, maybe. Oh, very nice, Oliver. That's good. I hope that all went well for you as well. And hopefully you're going to have a great breakfast too. So, by the way, you never fully played any of the Tomb Raider games, so when I take the time to enjoy the scenery, you appreciate that. Yeah, that's the thing too with these remasters. They've done a really great job. Like, sometimes they made the areas look darker with the lighting than they were in the original, which can also disguise some of the items that you need, unfortunately. Like, there was a key, for example, that I had to switch to the old school graphics to see it properly, because in the new remastered graphics, it was blending in with the actual floor as well. But I think they fixed that in one of the patches that they did. Oliver, la 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 Lara. Love the beat with the pistols. Me too as well, Oliver. Yeah, you can kind of determine that depending on timing. It's sort of like tricky to explain, but depending on the timing, and also if you aim at an enemy and then you move Lara away from the enemy so she's not actually facing it and shooting directly at it, you can also change the beat as well. But you can also do the... I like to do this sometimes with the music too, with having the guns out. It won't let me get the camera where I want it. There we go. So it's going to be tricky because I've got to keep... If you let go of the control stick moving the camera, it'll just make the camera go back around behind Lara. So I've got to kind of move it at the same time. Actually, when Lara's standing still, she kind of does this head bobble thing. If I get the camera close enough, I might be able to get a Lara jam. No, I can't get the camera in the right position. Because you kind of got to move the camera so it's above Lara and then down. That's something they should patch actually with the camera, if they can. Make it so that when you actually stop moving the camera, it just stays in that position. There is photo mode, but photo mode doesn't let you still have the character doing an animation. No, I can't get the camera close enough. I need it closer to the thing because zooming in later on to get the size right for the animation just won't. It will reduce the quality of it. Mr. Epic, you tried the psychologist thing with multiple after your father died. It wasn't for you because you don't like talking about your life. Also, the meds were bad. It made your head hurt with zooming sounds. So glad you stopped with it. Those meds sucked. Feel better without it. I don't blame you, Mr. Epic. You know, if you can find something that actually helps, that's great. But if it's just going to cause side effects that are uncomfortable and also painful, it's definitely better to not, you know, go and do that as well. Oliver, you mean she helps you figure out your thought patterns and behaviors so you can push away your self-critic and be happy in your own skin. You love to talk about yourself if you haven't noticed. Yeah, you know, and that's good to have someone that can help you with that too. as well to help you get some kind of like, balance a bit as well. The good thing about these games too is if you have low health and you finish the level, the game won't remember that you had low health. It'll actually refill it to full. So that's why sometimes you won't see me use a health kit, because I know that I'm close to the end of the level. Mr. Epic, because of the zooming, it kind of made you aggressive, so that was also the reason you stopped with it. But the psychologist wanted you to try even more different ones. You're like, fuck that. You tried 4 different ones already and you only felt bad, but then you stopped the psych thing and you feel better now. And that's the other thing too. You don't want to feel like you're a guinea pig as well, Like even if that wasn't their intention with wanting you to try different things, if you felt like it was more like, oh, what do they want to try me on next? That kind of thing is definitely not good. So this was the game you tried. You could barely get past the bears. They can definitely be tricky, absolutely. Especially in these games too, because enemies can actually push you into a corner if you're not careful, like you saw happen there with the bear, where it got me in the corner and was pushing me into it. Oliver the teddy bear wanted to cuddle. Yeah, it just doesn't know its own strength. It's just like, I just want to have a hug. Breaks your neck. And then the bear's like, sad. What happened? Whoops. Accidentally pressed the button to change the graphics. That's right. Put Lara's sunnies on. I forgot about that. Actually, what other outfit? Whoops, wrong button. So Classic 1, Training 1, Classic 2. Oops, keep pressing the wrong button. You got Training 2, Wetsuit, Bomber Jacket, Bathrobe, Training 3, Nevada outfit, Pacific outfit, Catsuit, Antarctica, Bloody Classic. Damn, Lara's been through the wars. Vegas, Classic 1. Oh, sorry, Mr. Epic. What's that in regards to? She's starting to believe. So, Nissa, how do you like the girl in the red dress? Oliver, she escaped the Matrix. Yeah, haven't seen that movie for a very long time. Ah, the Matrix, Mr. Epic, I see. Yeah. Mr. Epic, ever played the new Harry Potter game? It's good. You finished it. The only bad thing is you heard the sequel might be full of microtransactions. I actually haven't, no. I've seen it being played, though. Crooked Isles, he did a playthrough of the game around when it came out. I'm not really big into Harry Potter, so I don't know if I'd play the game or not. But I think I do remember hearing, too, that they want to do microtransactions. Didn't they want to also do it as a live service game as well? I mean, I think those kinds of games have their place, but I don't think every single franchise that exists need to go that route as well. Oliver, rip, rest in peace. Sona, wasn't mobile games the first to introduce microtransactions? I wouldn't be surprised if it was, Sona. I don't mind some things that you can get for games, like if it's outfits and stuff. But I feel like, though, you should be able to earn everything you can buy in the store by actually doing stuff in the game and it not take, a ridiculous amount of time. Like, you don't want it to be instantly given, of course, but don't make the player have to work for hours and hours and hours, almost like 10 hours worth of grinding to be able to get it. So Big Warner Brothers hasn't lost enough money with Suicide Squad. Yeah, well, that's the thing too. That lost a lot of money for them. And that's the thing about stuff like whether something's considered good or bad, that's not really the point when it comes to like the financial side of stuff. There's nothing wrong with liking something or not liking something. But if it's not making the money it needs to, it doesn't matter how good people perceive it to be. If it doesn't make the money that the people are wanting, then it's considered to be not a success. But then again, some companies like to ignore the financial and just report on how many players were playing the game. Because they want people to shift focus from worrying about how much money the game made or didn't make and focus more about, how many players and stuff it has. But I feel like, no matter how good or bad a game is considered, like if you hate a game and it makes a lot of money, then it's still going to be seen as a success and stuff. But the financial stuff is definitely going to impact as well, eventually down the line. Because if a company just keeps bleeding money and they're not really making back much, then that could lead to bankruptcy, which is definitely not what a business wants to actually go into. I just thought of something to actually do. Mr. Epic, why make money when you can lose it instead? Really smart move. Oh yeah, really, really smart. That's the best way to make money, just lose it. Big brain Oliver indeed, yeah, that's true. So this question is outside left field, but is anyone else scared of mirrors at night time? Not myself personally, no. But if I saw a mirror just move on its own, like you see in The Ring, in the cursed video, where you see the mirror on the wall move back and forth to different positions, that's when I'd be scared of a mirror. Oops. Alright, there's something that I realized I can have as a channel point reward for playing through at least these remastered games. Alrighty then, so I've added a new channel point redeem that will cover the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, and it's an outfit change for Lara for 30 minutes once it's been redeemed. Hey there, Shin. How's things going, dude? Welcome on in. Thank you so much for redeeming the Rest in Peace Lara. So, how would you like Lara to die? Would you like her to jump from a height and break her neck? Or would you like her to drown? I could also have her just get, like, killed by an animal as well. Oliver, you're scared of mirrors anytime, because then you can see yourself. Dear. Shouldn't you have 234,000 channel points? Killed by an animal. That's definitely, pardon me, that's definitely a lot, dude. That's cool. We can do that. Oh, and Shaky, what would you like to change Lara's outfit to? If I go to options, so you have whether she has sunglasses on or off as well. Oh, dealer's choice? Alright, cool. No worries at all. Okay, so I might go with the... Might go with the Nevada outfit. There we go. Thanks for redeeming that, Shaky. Okay, Shin, so killed by an animal. The next animal we come across, I'll let them kill Lara. There we go. Sunglasses as well. Mr. Epic, one nice game fact you learned a while ago from a video, a dev explained that in some older games, when you see your character in the mirror, that's not a reflection, that's literally a clone of your character walking around in space you can't get to. So it's like a whole piece of a game in there that's sick. That really, really is. Like, I never actually thought about it before to be like that. Oliver killed by an anime. Well, if you were to be killed by an anime, I guess a very apt one would be Death Note. Shin, you want to see a Tomb Raider remake? I mean, you never know. I mean, we already have one, but I know what you mean, like a modern, like a new remake of Tomb Raider 1. I didn't hear the news about the PS4, no. Hey there, Senny. Welcome on in, dude. Tomb Raiding Senny. It's hanging well, thanks. It's going good. How's things going with you? Shin, what I might do, it's going to take me a while to find an animal, so I'm just going to... Oh, no, never mind. The Great Pyramid won't have any animals there. Then gravity, Shin, no worries at all. Okay, I'll get over this way. There we go, Shin. Thanks for redeeming that. Oh, was it, Oliver? Death Note was your first anime? Shin, starting January 2026, you will see fewer new games on the PS Plus store for PS4. Oh, really? So fewer new games on the PS Plus store for the PS4. Yeah. I mean, I can definitely understand them doing that. Cheers, Crooked. Thanks, dude. You're doing well. You just took the dog out for a morning walk and now having some breakfast and coffee. Oh, very nice, dude. That's a good combination. That's really, really good. That's true, Crooked. Yep, leap of fail time. Oliver, so anticlimactic. Very, very quick. A quick death. Rosie, wait, 1 to 3 remastered, not 4, whatever. I'd love to, but it doesn't come out to the 14th. But I wanted to do a marathon of the remasters, so we're starting with Tomb Raider 1 remastered. Most Epic Dragon Ball, Frieza, Saga, Naruto's Pain arc, Bleach, Save, Rukia, Aizen arc were the best moments in anime for you. I'm not really into it, so I only really know very, very, small things. Mainly, the names of characters that, pop up and stuff as well. The most anime I probably consumed was when I was a kid watching, G1 Transformers and Astro Boy and, probably Mysterious Cities of Gold. I guess that was an anime. Or maybe it wasn't. Oh, and Voltron as well. I watched that as a child too. There's something I need to do. I'd be remiss if I didn't do it at least once. Hang on. Oh, she won't do it. I can't do it until I have another item that isn't the right one. Rosie, what ending did you pick in Mass Effect 3 and what did you think? So the ending that I chose, without spoiling it, the enemy, um, the enemy won, and certain things became a legend. At least I think that's the ending. As for what I thought, I didn't have any issues with it, but I haven't had a look to see what the issues were that people had with it. But apparently the ending that I got was the DLC ending or something. I don't know. Shin, you prefer isekai anime. So what anime is that? Probably the sound effect when you find something reminds you of movies when a spy finds out a clue or revelation. Very nice, dude, yeah. It definitely has that feel and that sound to it. It's very, very fitting. In Tomb Raider 2013, there's actually a couple of secrets that you can find where they actually play that sound as a nice little nod. Shin, isekai is when the main character goes to another world. Oh, okay. Different dimensions, different worlds and stuff. What would be an example of one? Mr. Epic, you'd want a game where you're the bad guy and you like kill the heroes who want to save the world. That would be funny. Yeah, do things the opposite side of what they normally want you to do. Rosie, smoothly put, also known as the worst ending. Yeah, I'm not surprised considering playing Renegade, but yeah, there was definitely a lot of deaths. I think I counted that about 7 characters died. Shin's Sword Art Online and Inuyasha are two examples. Oh, I got you, Shin. Yeah, because that's that series of games that you play a lot. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Epic, that's true. Or the best ending, depending on your feelings about characters and stuff. Ah, there actually was some animals there. Ah, shit. Sorry, Shin. Because I forgot that the save I made was after deciding not to worry about shooting those animals. Hey there, Philippe. Good morning to you as well. I hope things are going good. That's terrific. That's also why you watched an anime where the main character is the spider monster that keeps leveling up in a really dangerous life or death dungeon and eventually becomes OP, and the hero in the story, who usually is the main character in the story, is treated like the joke. He keeps on getting his ass kicked. Oh, really? Yeah, turning things on their head. Rosie, imagine finding living dinosaurs and shooting them. That's true. In Tomb Raider 3 Remastered, well, I mean, I say that, but it's in the original version as well. There's also raptors. So the ones that Lara kills in this game, there's still more left in the world that she'll discover in the timeline after the events of this game. Hey there, troll. Ah, yes, the Aztecs were well known for their raptor pets. They really were. Oh, yeah. How's it going, troll? So the outfit that I have Lara wearing is actually from Tomb Raider 3. When you do the Nevada levels, that's the outfit that Lara wears. Minus the sunglasses, though. Bloody hell, Rod, come on. Concentrate. I need to stop. There we go. That's better. Mr. Epic, it's funny, the dinosaurs weren't the ones that scared you. It was the big blood-sucking insect. Man, hate bugs. Oh yeah, I don't blame you, Mr. Epic. In the Resident Evil franchise, there's a lot of enemies that are very insect-like and bugs and stuff, which are fucking annoying. Rosie, so what's more important than the biggest paleontologist? So what's more important than the biggest paleontological find in recorded history? Some dude's grave? A vase, maybe? Yeah, it's like the hierarchy of what's the most important. You've got the ski-on piece, which is what we're after. Then you've got, is it the dinosaur or is it some vase or something? Crooked, the music feels like heaven is about to embrace you, lol. That's a good way to put it, actually. And in some cases, it might literally be that because you might accidentally kill yourself in that part of the level. Mr. Epic, you reckon it's an old gold pharaoh artifact? Yeah. I mean, imagine finding something that no one even knew about. Like, there might be some things that people had like a record of existing, but they lost the location for it. But imagine just finding something that no one even knew existed. There was no semblance of any evidence left that it actually existed, but you found it. You know, that'd be quite a surreal feeling, I think, as well. Oh yeah, Lucas, that would be. Didn't I? Oh, jeez, Rod. I could have sworn I saved the freaking game, or maybe I went into the menu. That's what happened. I went into the menu to save, but I didn't actually save. I wonder why. I'm like, hang on. Why is it reloading me here for? Lucas, it brings up the question, would you want others to know about it? Well, that's the other side of things too. Depending on what it is as well. Like, if someone found something that allowed them to live forever, I doubt they'd let anyone know about it. For fuck's sake. Hate to use a health kit, but I'll need to. Troll, that also brings up the question of how much is actually being actively hidden from the general population. Well, that's true too. If something was discovered that can drastically change various things, I doubt that the general population would be given access to even knowing about it. Mr. Epico, hell no, you're going to smelt that gold down and make you some money. That's definitely one way to look at it.
total attention now. I'm not quite sure if I've got yours, though. Hello?
I'll heel and hide you to a barn door yet.
Of course.
You and that driveling piece of the Scion. You want to keep it so bad, I'll harness it right up your...
Wait. We're talking about the artifact here?
Damn straight we are. Right up.
Hold on. I'm sorry. This piece, you say. Where's the rest?
Miss Natla put Pierre DuPont on that trail.
And where is that?
Ha! You ain't fast enough for him.
So you think all this talking is just holding me up?
I don't know where his little jackrabbit frog legs are running him to. You'll have to ask Miss Natla.
Thank you. I will. Relocated now to St. Francis's Folly, new temptations torment me. Rumour amongst
my fellow brothers is that entombed beneath our monastery is the body of Teokan, one of the 3 legendary rulers of the lost continent Atlantis, and that with him lies his piece of the Atlantean Scion, a pendant divided and shared between the 3 rulers, which curbs tremendous powers. Powers beyond the Creator himself. My toes sweat at such possibilities, lying so close to my mortal self. Each night, I beat myself rid of these fantasies, but it is indeed a test.
Pierre, you litterbug.
Yeah, Pierre, geez. Couldn't you have, taken it with you or something? Mr. Epic, make a gold bar and say, my grandma left it to me. Yeah, it's like it's a family heirloom for a very, very, very rainy day. Troll murder is bad, okay? Yeah, that's the funny thing about these Tomb Raider games. And also what's funny, I find it humorous, some of the people who are upset about certain, violent aspects of the Tomb Raider series and all that kind of stuff. Like you have Tomb Raider 1 where you do have human enemies that shoot at you and you shoot at them, but Lara doesn't actually... Actually, no, Lara does... Does she kill him? Yeah. She doesn't kill Larson there, but she does kill him later. And kills the other bosses as well. But she doesn't get upset about it because that wasn't a thing. That's right. But then in the second game... the first game... You have those human enemies that she kills, but they're only the bosses. There aren't any other human enemies. Mainly they're animals, predatory animals that Lara kills. And then in the second game, there's way more human enemies that are in the game that attack you that Lara kills as well. And some people had problems with that aspect, which I never understood. I didn't have any problems with it myself. That doesn't mean that the people who feel that way are incorrect about feeling that way. It's just that I never really felt that way myself. And then you get like the reboot trilogy where people are like, oh, how come she was sad for a second at killing, then she wasn't for the rest of the games? And it's like, well, it would get kind of annoying if after every combat scenario she broke down and cried about it. And being like, oh, I can't believe I killed someone. I can't believe I killed someone. Be like, yes, Lara, we get it. But in that game, there's justification too, because it's not like no one's trying to kill her, So it's like, do you either just stand there and get killed, or do you kill back if you have to, And it's a situation she's in where it's like you have to as well. But yeah, the earlier games weren't really worried about that kind of stuff as well. It wasn't until Tomb Raider Anniversary that they added in the whole thing of Lara never having killed a human before, and then showing that she's upset about it. But even in that game, it doesn't take long for her to not be upset about it, which I don't mind, but I'm just saying that it's not just in the Tomb Raider reboot from 2013 that happens. It also happens in Tomb Raider Anniversary as well. But yeah, the question of whether heroes should kill, I think there's even some people that are like Nathan Drake, why does he kill all these people? And then there's the argument in Assassin's Creed, it's like, well, should everyone die? Just because they're working for the villains, that doesn't mean that they're not good people. And it's like, well, I mean, you could argue that they don't know that they're working for evil people. So you could excuse them on that grounds. But you don't know if they know or not. It's not like the game has a scene where you have dialogue from NPCs saying, yeah, I don't know what we do for this Abstergo company. Yeah, I don't know either. Yeah, we just do our job here. It's like, do you think they're an evil organization? I don't know. I don't think they are. It's not like there's stuff like that which gets said by NPCs. But this question in fiction of whether or not the main character is justified in killing. Like, unless you want to make it the actual theme of the game itself, where it's like, or the story. You want to tell a story about a character who has to kill, and they do, but then for the rest of the story they don't, and they're contemplating, are they in the wrong for doing that? If you wanted to do that, then that's fine. But I feel like there's certain stories where that doesn't need to be an issue at all. So with the Tomb Raider games, I don't really mind if Lara's killing all these henchmen left and right. It's not like, oh my god, she's so bad for doing it. Because I think there's definitely justification as well. But then again, the older games didn't really go into too much detail about that kind of stuff. They weren't really concerned about trying to put in the character questioning, the things that they're doing. They just, do it as well. There's no scenes of Lara expressing any emotions about things one way or the other as well. In this version of Lara's life too, her parents are actually still alive. She wanted to live her own life and not be married to this aristocrat guy, but her family wanted her to get married to this dude, and because she refused, they disowned her as a daughter and withheld the inheritance from her, or something along those lines, where she had to make money on her own. So she does photography, I think was what she was doing. She would go to these exotic locations and take photos and then sell those photos to magazines, and all that kind of stuff. But there's so many different aspects to the Tomb Raider series, depending on which version of Lara and which version of the series you actually, which continuity and all that kind of stuff. Troll, also, why could she not just have taken the elevator up? That's actually a good question. I never really thought about it before. The only thing I could say is maybe the security is so tight that she can't actually get into the entrance without taking a shortcut or like an alternate way. Mr. Epic is like those people who always whine that good action games aren't good, and then people are like, well, if you don't like that, then it's got to be good. One closest to was in AC2, a person being controlled by the apple and giving into his greed, and when he got assassinated, regretted what he did. Yeah, that's true. There's definitely characters that they get power hungry or they get affected by the Apple of Eden, and it plays on their desires for power, and it gives them an avenue and control to be able to realize that. But then afterwards, once the power is taken away from them, they actually see the error of their ways as well, So there's definitely, grey areas and stuff. And I think that's fine to put into it as well. In terms of like certain justification for stuff, I feel like when it comes to enemies that are trying to kill you, then it's like self-defense, But then it's like, well, what about the location they're going into? What if it's security that's stopping someone? Well, there's always different contexts and all that kind of stuff. And it depends on what context you're talking about. And a lot of games, they don't show multiple different contexts and stuff. So some stuff is like guesswork, and some stuff is assumptions and all that kind of stuff. And you can't always go on assumptions, because sometimes assumptions are incorrect as well. Hey there, Keone. Welcome on in. playing some Tomb Raider Remastered. How's things going with you? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Mr. Rubik, if you were the owner of Ubisoft, you'd make two franchises, one Assassin's Creed, two Templars, so you can see both perspectives, because in a way some of their goals align. Yeah, that is true. There's definitely been moments where their goals actually align. But the thing about the Templars is that their desire to control everything means that sooner or later they'll want to take back that control, and then they'll basically betray the assassins. So that's why they can't actually, work together as a whole big group. It's more like individual by individual, basis kind of stuff, like with Hatham and Connor, But the thing about Hatham is that he's also manipulating Connor as well, because he wants Connor to become a Templar, and he'll do anything he can to actually make that happen, even withholding information from Connor until he can use it as a gotcha moment. But it backfires on him, because when Connor actually finds out the information that his father already knew, and that Washington knew but didn't tell anyone, didn't tell Connor, it backfires on Hatham, and Connor is like to him and to Washington, don't oppose me, otherwise I'll kill you, because he's going to go and save his people. But having two different franchises, that would be definitely interesting. That's what they should have done with Assassin's Creed Odyssey, actually. They should have done that whole thing. Looked at that side of stuff. Troll monkey. Now no monkey. Mr. Epic. Rod, how could you? You just shot Harambe's cousin. It wasn't me, it was Lara. Yeah. He's so annoying in this game. Every so often he'll just appear and start shooting at you. There we go. I wanted to trigger that. Troll Lara now has brain damage. Yeah. That would have hurt. I could not have actually planned that any better to happen. So go into photo mode, get rid of the UI, move the camera around a bit, and start to move the camera back to Lara, and then realize that she's got her eyes half sort of like closed like that, and the music is sort of like very mysterious, and that whole thing of when people are suspicious about something, how their eyes sort of like go like that. There we go. Thought I'd clip that. Okay, maybe I can do that and then get the facial expression different. Maybe. I'm sort of thinking about YouTube thumbnail. Might just keep it on that. Potentially, I might change my mind later and... Oop, hang on. Apple-bottom jeans, boots, with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. She hit the floor. Next thing you know, Shoddy got low, low, low. Whoops. Thank you, Keone, for redeeming that Arnie impression. So what's that from? It's a song, yeah. So we're in Greece, right? And the rooms are named after Greek gods or goddesses or figures from mythology. However, instead of Poseidon, they put Neptune. And Neptune is actually the Roman version of Poseidon. So I'm glad that they actually still kept it in this remaster of the original Tomb Raider. However, in Tomb Raider Anniversary, which is a remake of this first Tomb Raider game and also a prequel to Legend, they actually changed it so the room isn't called Neptune anymore, but it's called Poseidon. Lara versus Donkey Kong. Lara wins. Hey there, Afro. How's it going? Unfortunate. Yes, Donkey Kong got in the way. Afro, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is out. Here's hoping you play the first game soon. It is pretty good. Yeah, I've got the first one, but the second one's like $120 or $30 Australian. So I definitely won't be getting that for a long time. So I don't know when I'll play the first one. And that's just the base game actually too. Okay, so the screen visually is going to change for a moment. No, that was the gold edition. The standard edition is 114, and the gold edition is 144. Afro, I don't think you've seen me play a full-on RPG. Yeah. I mean, I've played Skyrim. I don't know if that's considered a full-on RPG. It's still over 100, so you'll say, oh yeah, absolutely. It's just ridiculous, the pricing here. Afro on stream. Yeah. I didn't do a whole playthrough of it though. I used to have what I was calling a long-term playthrough of Skyrim where I would stream it when I felt like it without any set schedule. So if it was a few months since the last stream, so be it. And now it's been over 5 years. Afro, yeah, you've never played like grindy games. KCD 1 can be a huge grind. You got so tired of it that you installed a double XP mod. I don't blame you. Yeah, stuff like that can be a bit time consuming and also a bit, boring. Can be a very long game if you play it organically. That's why I don't really do 100% playthroughs of games a lot, because it means if I'm streaming it, then I like to stream all of what I'm doing in the game, grinding and all. But for some people, that is boring content, so I don't like to do that too often. Whereas others don't mind watching someone just grind for stuff. But sometimes if I'm just doing a playthrough naturally and there's going to be a lot of grinding, I'll just do that off stream. Because then only the content that's actually the story and the gameplay outside of grinding is what people see. There's probably a trick to doing that without any damage, but don't have the patience or the time to worry about it. Hey Biko, welcome on in. When was it you played all of the Tomb Raiders last year? Was it October or November? You know, I actually can't remember what month it was, because there was a lot of games. There was 14 games that I went through. But I think it was closer to the end of the year, so I didn't have much time left towards the end. But it could have been around November, maybe, when I finished off the marathon, I think, maybe. Actually, 12 games, sorry, not 14. 12 Tomb Raider games I went through. Which is usual for my annual playthroughs, to do Tomb Raiders 1 through to 6, and then Legend Anniversary, then Underworld, and then 2013 Rise and Shadow. Hey there, Schiller. Welcome, dude. Things are going well, thanks. We're in the Greece levels at the moment. Things are going good. How about yourself? Now I'm going to put the wrong thing, access the wrong thing on purpose so we can get the classic Lara Croft line where she says...
No. 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 No.
Pico, there's going to be an added 3 Tomb Raiders next week. Is it Tomb Raider 2 and 3 that's getting remastered, or are they already remastered? So Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, they've already been remastered. The game I'm currently streaming now is part of that bundle. So I've started with Tomb Raider 1, and I'll be playing through 2 and 3. And then next week, it'll be Tomb Raider Last Revelation, Chronicles, and Angel of Darkness. Technically, Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6 that'll be coming out. Sheila, you're good. You got your errands done for the day, so you have a bit of time before you have to go to work. Oh, that's great to hear, Sheila. I'm glad that you're going good, dude. Always good to get all that done too, as well. I hope that work goes well for you today. And thanks for the GGs on finishing Mass Effect 3. Yeah, I was glad I played the trilogy finally, after all these years. And I definitely want to play the trilogy in the future again. It won't be this year, though. But I want to play them back to back next time. Whereas the first playthroughs have been with a year apart from each other. Lucas, could you imagine if soldiers did that in battle, acrobatics while heavily armored with heavy weapons? Oh yeah, that'd be quite funny to see, doing acrobatics and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Beaker, I'm looking forward to it, especially for Tomb Raider 5 and 6, because they have a lot of game-breaking bugs that are in the original versions, so I'm looking forward to seeing them fix those, especially the one in Tomb Raider Chronicles where if you arrive in the room where the android is and it's already filled with water, then the glitch has happened. But you can't just reload your save, unless it's a save that was made before you even got to that part of the game, which I don't know the radius, but you have to make sure that you're at least, I don't know, I guess 2, 3, maybe 4 rooms away from that room before you go in. Because if you reload your save before you entered the room directly, even if you reload your save, if the water's already there, it'll stay there the whole time. And you need to be able to actually make the water go away as well as make it appear. So it breaks your game. So if you don't have any other saves, except for the one that's closest to the room where the bug happens, well, you have to start the game all the way to the start again. And this bug happens in one of the later levels towards the end of the game. So definitely save as much as possible, and also save at multiple different points as well, so that if you get the bug happen, at least you can reload one of the other saves before you even got near the room, and then that way the water will be gone, hopefully, the next time you actually get up to there on the other save file. Lucas, and I didn't have autosave when this came out. That's true, yeah. Yeah, autosave wasn't something that they had. Out of Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6, though, I still think that Tomb Raider Chronicles is probably the one that has the most parts of it where I'm just like, I don't really enjoy this part of the game. But it's mainly the final levels, the Von Croy industry levels. I think they're the worst levels in the game. Hey Nobu, welcome on in, dude. I'm doing well, things are going good. I finished my first ever playthrough of Mass Effect 3 recently, so now I've actually played the trilogy finally. Because I hadn't played 1 or 2 until recent years. So now we're doing Tomb Raider Remastered 1, 2, and 3 in preparation for the remasters of 4, 5, and 6 coming out. But yeah, things have been going good. How about yourself? Lucas, are you going to play Andromeda? That's a wait and see. I haven't really decided yet. But if I do, though, it'll be next year. It won't be this year. And if I do play it, I'll probably just do the bare minimum. I probably won't even do side stuff. I'll probably just do the main story. Unless the story really grabs me and I want to do side stuff. So I don't know if you can play Renegade in that game or not, but maybe I'll play as the worst I can. Because if I end up not liking it, at least there's something I can sink my teeth into. Lucas, you've done some of it, have you? So what did you think about it? Nobu, cool. Didn't know they had more remasters coming out. Oh yeah. I was very happy when they announced it. Because when the remasters of 1, 2, and 3 came out, and I really thought they did a great job, I was really hoping that they'd do 4, 5, and 6 as well. But there was a question of whether or not they would skip doing 6 and just do 4 and 5. But I'm glad that they actually did 6 as well, because there's definitely a lot of things that... I mean, fans for many years now have done a lot of mods to actually make the PC version of Angel of Darkness run really, really well and fix a lot of the bugs and all that kind of stuff. Console gamers, though, having remasters done for consoles, because for PC gamers, I don't know if there'd be any... Well, I mean, it'd probably still be worth playing the remaster of 6, even though you can get the original version and then just install mods for it. Because maybe you might like the look of the graphics in the remaster version. But the thing about Angel of Darkness is that it really needed more time. It shouldn't have been released when it was. They should have at least given it another year, I think. Because the other thing was, it came out the same year as Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. And that game's platforming was a lot more polished than Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness was. Lucas, it was alright. The maps were a little too big in places. I see, right. Did it sort of like feel like it was just done for that size, just for the sake of it? Great, where was my last fucking save? Oh, of course it'd be here. Jesus Christ. Right at the fucking start of the level. Mr. Gote, how's the playthrough going so far? Any dramas? Not really, no. Although there have been some moments where I've had a mind blank and I'm like, holy fucking shit, I can't believe I've forgotten where to go or what part to do first over another. I hate when that shit happens when you're playing a game. Something I just remembered seeing for the remasters of 4, 5, and 6 is that not only will you be able to go into traditional photo mode, but you'll also be able to set up, like you can in Ghost of Tsushima, how you can kind of like set up little looped, I guess, animations. So I think it's a pretty cool idea. So you'll be able to like map out, I think from what I saw, you'll be able to map out how the camera moves as well through the little animation that you can set up. It might seem like I'm just doing it to fill in the time of moving the character along, but actually holding down the jump button as you move forward and making Lara constantly run and then jump, it can actually help you get to a door quicker before it closes. So for this, you need to step on this plate first, then you need to go through this door, and you need to pull this switch down, but you've got to do it quickly before the gate you came through closes, and then pass through that, and then you got to get through here. So that's why doing jumps like that can actually come in handy. But sometimes I do it just to fill in the time, or just to have something to do while the character's just running forward. Yeah, Nobu, I've played Assassin's Creed Mirage, but the next one after Mirage hasn't come out yet, but it'll come out next month. Well, unless it gets delayed again. But I actually liked Mirage. There's some things about it that I think could have been done better. But overall, I think it was a good entry in the series, but it didn't reach the heights of a lot of the other games that I really like a lot, like Assassin's Creed, Black Flag, or Origins, or the Ezio games, or anything like that. It wasn't on that kind of level. But it was actually pretty good. I wish they didn't advertise it as a return to roots, because that's really just exaggerated buzz speak for marketing purposes. Because it's more of an homage to the earlier games. Because number one, the Eagle Companion mechanic didn't come into the series until 2017 in Assassin's Creed Origins. So Mirage has an eagle in it. So you take the eagle out to make it like the older games. The UI is still the same as it was with Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. If you were going back to the roots, you would make the UI look the way it used to look, with the mini-map on the corner of the screen and all that kind of stuff. You would also not call things quests or investigations. You'd go back to calling them memory sequences and memories. So there's a lot of stuff that they could have done which would have made it feel more like a return to roots. But as it stands, it's more like an homage to certain elements of the earlier games, while still retaining the look and feel of games like Valhalla and all that kind of stuff. But it's a good one, though. Because I swear that is a samurai in Tsushima, Nobu. Yeah, there's actually the name of your horse you can choose. That's one of the names you can choose. Yeah, Nobu, so if you can get it on sale, that's probably the best way. Because then that way, if you end up not liking it, at least you haven't spent a lot on it. But it's definitely one of those games that if you're not really a fan of the newer style of games, then it's probably going to be a bit of an uphill slog to get through it. One of the other things I feel about the game is the pacing of the story is pretty slow. Like some things, it's good when things are slow in the story, especially if you're trying to build suspense. But some things you need to make the pace go a bit quicker because it feels too drawn out. But that's also a problem with the way that they write stories now for the games. Because I feel like what they've done is they've stretched out the story by putting too much gameplay sequences of heaps of stuff you need to do in between as well. So you might have a character that you talk to, but then there might be an hour of gameplay before you get to the next point where the story starts again. Things like that, which really wrecks the pacing of the newer stories as well. Actually, that's something that modders should do with Mirage, actually, is change the UI, if they can, to the old school style where you have the mini-map on the screen, you have the indicators for, which buttons you're pressing, like if you're pressing the high-profile button, and that's something they could have brought back too. If it was going to be a return to roots, bring back the high and low profile assassination options for the player. It just gives the player more versatility. But now it's automatic, so you can't decide when you want to do a high profile assassination versus a low one. The game will randomly decide when it wants to do it. Biko, in that split second you've realised it's his horse. That's true, Biko, yeah. Yes, that's his horse. But that's all good. There's probably a lot of stuff that has been used into. Hey, Anmita. How's it going, dude? Sheila, you didn't mind Mirage too much. They should have taken out the overpowered abilities like the chain assassination, where Basim teleports around, and please bring back the DNA string. You want to be able to replay certain missions without replaying the whole game. Exactly, Sheila, and that's another thing that they could have done for Mirage to make it actually be a return to roots. Bring back the ability to replay missions. Because I think a lot of people that are fans of the games where you would love that to come back. But even, I can see value in having that be a thing because, maybe there's a part of the story that you really love and you'd like to, just re-experience it again without having to play through the whole game again to get to that point again as well. But yeah, that's the other thing too, Schiller. And the problem is too, it creates a confusion because people start to think that Basim had superpowers, which in some ways I guess you could consider Eagle Vision a superpower. But there's also things that we would consider superpowers that Basim can do that aren't actually something that would be a superpower, like teleporting. Because otherwise he'd do that multiple times in different points of the story. He'll just teleport wherever he wanted to. If it's looked at just a way for the player to be shown Basim being quick, then I could understand that. And while he was fast, he wasn't fast to be able to do that. And just because you have Loki's DNA in your system doesn't mean that you have the ability to, like, do superhuman things as well. Like, if you have a piece of Eden that is technology that lets you do it, that's fair enough. But there's no technology involved in Basim and Loki's DNA. It's all just... I mean, there was at one point, but that was back, long time in the past, and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like they could have represented it in a better way. Batman Arkham Knight does a great job with the... what do they call them? I can't remember what they call the advanced takedowns. But anyway, you can do these takedowns where you basically have Batman will do the first takedown on one enemy, then you can select which enemy he goes to next, and so on and so forth. But the way they do it, you can actually see where Batman's using the environment around him to help him propel himself to the next enemy, So, for example, he might use the ground near the enemy he's taken out first, and then leap off of that, So it's not like he's going from one static position and teleporting to the next. Whereas with Basim, that's what they're doing. They're making him teleport from one point to the next. So it's like, exist, teleport to the next point instantly, exist for a second, teleport to the next point, things like that as well. Hey, Mita, it's going well. Went to visit your grandma and now you're back home. How are you? Oh, nice, and Mita, that's good. I hope you had a good time. I'm doing well myself. I'm having a good stream of Tomb Raider Remastered. Now, bro, I think what makes a lot of games a slog is tying progression to side quests, leveling up system. That can definitely happen too. Oh yeah. That's true, nah, bro. And welcome on in. But yeah, I feel like a lot of the other Assassin's Creed games, they did a good job at balancing the gameplay versus the story versus what was happening, some missions are very short relatively as well. Like, you might just have to go to a character, talk to them, then do a combat scenario, then follow the character to the next point, do another combat scenario, then boom, mission done, And it helps the pacing of the storytelling. Oh, that's all good, Nobu. No worries at all. It's also good, I think, to try and, think of games from the perspective of someone who hasn't played it before in recommending as well, because you've got to sort of think about how would this sort of thing about the game be perceived and what to expect and all that kind of stuff. Because that's who you name is named after the horse of Sakai's. That's it now, bro. Yeah, the multi-fear takedowns. Thank you, dude. Yeah. I like how they were done. It might not be 100% realistic, but it makes it so that Batman isn't necessarily looking like he's 100% teleporting. So in Mirage's case, it would have been cool if you could select your targets, and then depending on where the targets were positioned, Basim would do different things. Like, if you had one target that was further away from another, then after the initial target is killed, maybe Basim would do a run, then a slide on the ground, and then kill the next target. And then the third target, if they were close to a ledge, then he would run at the ledge, run up the wall, and then do a ledge assassination. Things like that. I think that would have been a good way to actually show doing chain assassinations. Thanks, Inmita, dude. I have, finished Mass Effect 3. It's 10:16 p.m. on Wednesday, and I actually finished Mass Effect 3 at 4 a.m. this morning. Thanks for the GGs, dude. Amita, that's crazy. You couldn't watch yesterday because you were traveling, but I saw you were playing it. How did you like it? Yeah, it's so interesting when you look at the progression of time and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was an 8-hour stream, and I had already done a 3-hour stream before on the same day as well. So it was definitely a long stream day yesterday and this morning included. Like the first stream I did, I think it was 4:30 in the afternoon yesterday to about 7:30. Then I came back at 9 o'clock to do the next stream, then went from 9 to 4 a.m. the next morning. And then I started this about, I think it was 6:30 p.m. But I liked it in Mitra. I thought it was good. That was lucky. Thought I died. I didn't really have a problem with the ending. But then again, I don't know if... Because I think someone said that the ending I got was... Or the path to that ending that I went through was added later on or something. I don't really know the separation between what the original ending was and stuff. But I didn't mind it. I can definitely see why people might be like, oh, you know, this is an unsatisfying kind of end. Oh, that... Fucking Pierre, you prick. I thought surely he'd piss off eventually, before that point. I mean, this reminds you of yourself when you played Black Flag for the first time. When you were close to the end, you played for 14 hours. You took a few short breaks, but that was the longest gaming session you've ever done. You played until 7 a.m. I definitely know what that feels like in Meta. But yeah, that's definitely a lot of time, like 14 hours. When the remaster of Assassin's Creed 3 came out, I actually did a playthrough, and then I think there was something that I wanted to get to, a different game and the timing and all this kind of stuff. But anyway, I decided to do an 18-hour stream to get the rest of the content done. And that's around the longest stream I've done. No, bro, you really don't get AC fans complain about realism. You play as a make-believe assassin in a random time period by accessing genetic memories and DNA in a war of two secret organizations that more than likely don't exist, but you won't play AC Shadows because the history isn't 100% accurate. Yeah, it seems legit, bro. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's examples in all the games to prove either side's points of the argument. Like, if you're arguing that they've always been historically accurate, there's a lot of things that you can point to and say that's not the case. But there's also some things you can point to and say, yeah, they have been historically accurate. But it's pretty complex too, because you look at each game individually, and it's a video game, so there's definitely going to be video game elements that aren't realistic because it's a video game, you know. But there's going to be things that they do try to be realistic about. But at the same time, you can pick and choose what you want to be realistic about as well, you know. So, like, when you look at the database entries, for example, in the early Assassin's Creed games, aside from Sean's comments that he makes, the information is actually accurate, as in, this is a building that existed, this is the history behind the building, and this is what the building was like back in this time period, you know. But, obviously, Leonardo da Vinci did not work with an assassin, you know, so that's not a realistic thing. But that's fine, because you're taking a character from history, and there's so many days in a week, and so many weeks in a month, and so many months in a year, that who knows who Leonardo da Vinci actually spoke to? He could have spoken to thousands of people in his lifetime, you know what I mean? So, making Ezio be one of those however many people Leonardo interacted with doesn't really matter, because you're telling a fictional story within the framework of events and people that either happened or existed as well. So you've got a lot of elements where it's like, yep, this is realistic, nope, this isn't realistic as well. But the whole realism thing, like, I don't mind realism in games, but I also know that there's video game logic that has to come into play as well. And it's that video game logic that makes a video game a video game. Because the less of video game logic you have, the more it just becomes a movie. Where it doesn't matter what you are doing, because you're not controlling things. Whereas when you are the person controlling the character, the gameplay logic dictates that if you die, then that's going against the story, because in the story the character doesn't die. You know, so you've got those sorts of elements in video games as well. But yeah, they've never been 100% historically accurate, but there has been some level of attention to that information and detail. But personally, I don't really care about a lot of stuff with Shadows specifically, except for what has Ubisoft Quebec done with the lore of the series. Because they're prone to make changes that undermine what's come before. They add a lot of unnecessary stuff with Odyssey that just convolutes stuff. But even Valhalla does too. But there was an effort with Valhalla to try and bring it back to some elements of what the games were, especially with like the present day story and all that kind of stuff. But this whole thing about, you know, magic and stuff, like the stuff that happens in the Assassin's Creed series, there's no magic involved at all. It's all just technology. It's just that the way that they convey certain things is through the lens of a character that doesn't understand that what they're seeing isn't magic. So if a game is set in a time period where mobile phones didn't exist at all, the character is going to think that you're using some kind of magic to make your phone make a noise or something. You know what I mean? So there's that element as well. But the line gets blurred, and it's understandable for there to be confusion. There's different layerings to stuff as well. There we go. Now Pierre will piss off. In Meta, yeah, you have that ending of the Mass Effect trilogy leaves more questions unanswered, but you need to play them to see it for yourself. Oh, you've heard, yeah. Yeah, and that's fair enough too in Meta as well. But yeah, I actually didn't mind the ending that I got, and there's multiple different endings too, so I don't really know which ending people had problems with, and all that kind of stuff. Because when that game came out, I wasn't, looking up stuff about it, or even the other ones in the series as well. In Meta, AC has never been 100% historically accurate. That is true, yeah. It hasn't been 100% historically accurate. There's definitely elements of fiction that have been added as well, and also some things that have been done that were just done for entertainment's sake, not for realism's sake. Actually, you don't care about it anymore if it's accurate. You just dislike that they rewrite the lore because Cassandra and Quebec. That's so true, It's like when you have a character that is pretty much immortal, what it does is it can create a situation where you can use them in more stories, but it can also create a situation where you use them as a crux to explain away certain things. And you don't want to use a character like that to just say that all the things that someone else accomplished wasn't because of their doing. It was because some other character was behind the scenes pulling the strings and made it happen, So you don't want that character to be done in that way as well. But it just introduces so many sort of like questions as well. And it doesn't help that things are introduced in one game story and then either dropped completely in the next one, or they're just not fully answered. Or they'll just do it in a comic book or a toilet paper roll or something, something peripheral that you have to get to understand, the ending or something as well. And I've got a feeling that they're going to do something with the Animus Hub as well. I think they're going to find a way to rewrite or retell some things from the earlier games in the series eventually. Like they said that games before Origins won't be initially part of the Animus Hub, but eventually they will get the older games. But some have suggested that they'll remake all the other games up until up until Origins, and then release them on the Animus Hub. But if they're going to take the game engine they've used since Origins and remake the other games, then they're probably going to get rid of the memory sequences and all that kind of stuff and add RPG elements, and rewrite the story probably. Now, bro, yeah, they borrow from history, but you don't think someone ever flew Da Vinci's flying machine into a fortress. Exactly, nah, bro, And there's always going to be that sort of like thing. Like, you could do a video game that is 100% historically accurate, but it would be a type of video game that you'd have to be a fan of that style of game to actually play it, It'd have to be more like a point-and-click adventure game or something like that, where you have a character that is a historical figure in real life, and the game wants you to do very specific things as the character. So you'd have a very narrow ability to do different things, you know. Because, I mean, if you're being 100% accurate, you've got to also be accurate to what the person might have been doing. But then again, day to day, we do certain things that if we were doing a movie based on what we did, we wouldn't include sitting on a toilet. Or, you know, doing things like that. Hey, Lucinda, good morning. Welcome on in. Things are going well. Mass Effect 3 went well. The ending that I got was definitely fitting for the Renegade approach. All in all, there was about 7 characters that ended up dying in my playthrough. So a lot of people bought it. But it was good to finish it. So it's all done. Finished the whole game. Rosie, you did see the original ending on YouTube, which was some bullshit. Oh, was it? I should actually do that. I should go to YouTube and look at the original ending. Demetra, exactly. At the end of the day, it's just a game. It's inspired by real history, but it never aimed at being 100% accurate. Yeah, you know, I mean, there's definitely things that you should be striving to be kind of realistic with as well, you know. But yeah, ultimately it's a video game, and it's not supposed to be a one-to-one recreation of how history actually happened as well. Yeah, Lucinda, it's like a toilet paper roll. It's like, we have a brand new story for Assassin's Creed, but to actually know what it is, you have to buy these toilet rolls, because there's a little cardboard card, or like a little card in there, or a digital card that you have to scan, and then will tell you what happened at the end of the story. You know, it's just like, thanks. That's right, Lucinda, yeah, 7 characters. There's a couple that I think it was to do with some choices, but I don't really know what they were. But there was definitely ones where I knew that choosing the Renegade choice in the situation would result in a character's death as well. But then there were some characters that were in side missions that ended up dying, and I'm like, oh, shit. Now, for the love of God, Ubisoft, get rid of the full sync objectives during missions. Yeah, there should be an option just to toggle them off, so that the game doesn't, you know, remind people of it. Listen, they're like, you can have them, but yeah, allow you to turn them off. Yeah, exactly. You know, just have it so that the game doesn't pop up telling you failed an optional objective. You know, just have it so that you just play through the mission, and if you don't do the optional objective, well, the game doesn't point out that you didn't. It's just like, go through the story. Ah, this way. Rosie, Mass Effect never really punishes you for being an idealist paragon. It's more of an observation, that critique maybe, because maybe that's the statement they wanted to make. But generally, idealism equals success in the Mass Effect universe. Yeah. That's the thing about the Renegade choice too, is that, you know, it's understandable to think that it's, like, yeah, there's moments where you choose the Renegade choice and the character says something in a certain way, but what they're saying might be something that needed to be said that way to get the person to actually pay attention. Like, for example, and this is an example in the game, but I'm just making up a example analogy to it. If someone was about to run off a cliff, you wouldn't like to be like, oh, excuse me, you better stop. You'd be like, oi, stop! At the very least. And someone might consider you saying that to be an asshole-ish way of saying it. But for the person who's almost about to go off the cliff, saying it in that way makes them actually be like, oh shit, you're right, and stop. Whereas someone, if they're being told, to do something, if they're told in a way that is just like, yeah, I know you're busy right now, that's fine. If you could, when you're done, do this thing when you're ready. Versus, you haven't done that thing yet? You better do this thing now, because there's another thing you got to do, So that would be like, geez, you don't have to be an asshole about it. But yeah, there's some things in the Mass Effect games where the Renegade choice is simply being more assertive in a way that, helps shit get done that is urgent and of a dangerous sort of like element. Whereas it kind of makes Renegade Shep seem like a dumbass for making unnecessary sacrifices. Yeah, that's true too, as well. There's definitely some Renegade choices where I'm like, fuck. If I wasn't doing that type of playthrough, I definitely would have chosen the opposite. Especially when there's things from the first game that are connected to the third game that, you can really, like, fuck up there at the end if you go the Renegade choice. Now, bro, a lot of games really need to fetch quests like, no, get it yourself. Especially for things where it's like, really? You couldn't have just made this something that the character already had. Listen, boy, you got your suggested treatment plan from your counsellor that you've been going to, so you're scheduled for counselling appointments every 2 weeks for the next 3 months. You're having to adjust your work schedule and make up those 2 hours of work by working 10 hours every Wednesday now, but at least you can do it from home, so it starts today. You had to do something. You are using 4 hours of sick time every month for the appointments, which is exactly how much you accrue every month. I don't blame you, Lucinda. It's definitely good to do that as well. But that's good. It's good that you've got that in place and that you know the schedule for it. And also it's cool that, you can work from home as well. Because that would definitely take a lot of pressure off, I imagine. No, bro, like you hated that mission in Origins where you're basically Ubering that spoiled chick around for half an hour. Oh yeah. Yeah, the one who has gone through a lot of bodyguards because they end up getting killed. The reason that animal is paused like that is because the trigger point to make the animal become active is in a completely different spot to the direction that I've entered this area from, because I did that shortcut, clipping through the wall of the structure to teleport to the top of it. Yeah, Lucinda. It's funny when stuff like that happens. There's also something I clipped. I was going into photo mode for a bit of music that was playing, and I took the UI off and was moving the camera around, and the timing for moving the camera to Lara and what type of music was playing and the expression on her face, which I didn't see until I saw her expression, was just priceless. Yeah, Lucinda. I had no idea that when I actually activated photo mode, that Lara's eyes were half open or half closed. Wasn't until I had the camera actually going towards her face when I'm like, what the? Could not have planned that at all. I mean, I could have, set it up, but to just go into photo mode for another purpose, and then the timing of the music, and then seeing the timing of when I actually pressed the photo mode in the first place, it was just like, damn, could not have planned this. A husband arrived home at 3 a.m. drunk. His wife set up waiting for him. She yelled, "What the fuck? You said you'd be home by 11:45." He responded, "No, my dear. I said I'd be home at 11:45." Nice one. Thanks for redeeming that as as an Arnie impression, sorry. A Bane impression, jeez. Thanks for redeeming that. Hey, McChimpy. Welcome. Thanks for all the lurking. That took you out of lurk. Welcome out of lurk. How's things going? Lara staring into our souls. McChimpy, not bad, thanks. You're looking forward to the new remasters. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. That's awesome. I don't blame you either. I was so happy when they announced it. I was like, yes. I'm glad that they did. It'll be good for console players as well to be able to play the Angel of Darkness in hopefully a form that will actually have a lot of improvements and stuff. Because the PC version, a lot of fans over the years did a lot of great stuff, a lot of great mods and improvements and things that really, really make the original version pop and fixed a lot of stuff about it. But it'll be good for console gamers to actually have the game on modern consoles, but with the remastered graphics, but also hopefully fixes and stuff as well for a lot of the stuff. But I hear that they're actually adding in content that was cut from the original version as well, so that's actually really cool too. Dr. Darling, thank you for redeeming Rest in Peace Lara. Gold Lara? Awesome. Let's see that in replay. Even though I didn't actually jump on it in the same way from the same direction. But anyway. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming Rest in Peace, Lara. That's true, McChimpy. Yeah, Tomb Raider 4, Last Revelation. That's my favorite one. The teaser stuff has looked great for that one. It really has. It's so good to see the attention given, and there were hints that maybe, potentially, they could be doing new Tomb Raider games in the remastered style. If not in the old school graphics as well, but at the very least, the remastered graphics, which I think would be actually quite cool to have some new games with this version of Lara. But that's like a bit of a rumor as well. But you never know. They might actually do a sequel to Angel of Darkness. Especially if they get the writer for the game involved, because they did plan to do a trilogy. But that game didn't do as well, of course, so they cancelled plans for sequels to that particular story. I forgot to actually do this while I'm here. Schiller, it's time to get your workday started. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you, dude. I absolutely will. Thank you so much for being here, especially before you go to work. I hope that work goes well for you. Would like to highly recommend people check out Schiller Lock's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Resident Evil Village. He's also a fan of the Assassin's Creed series, doing different kinds of playthroughs with that. He's also a big fan of the Dead by Daylight franchise, and also the supermassive horror games, especially the Dark Pictures anthology, Man and Medan, Little Hope, House of Ashes, and The Devil in Me. He's a great streamer, and if you're also looking for a channel where you can just go to chill, highly recommend Schiller Lock's channel too, as well. No worries for the shout out, dude. More than happy to give you one. I hope that work goes well. Definitely catch you again soon. Big Chimpy, yeah, seeing a lot of stuff about potential AOD sequels is definitely cool. I definitely would be curious to see where that version of Lara would go after the events of Angel of Darkness. Because for those who don't know, there's several continuities and different versions of Lara. So from 1996 to 2003, you had one version of Lara. That was the original classic version. But because the sixth game in the series, Angel of Darkness, didn't do too well, instead of doing a sequel to Angel of Darkness and another game with the same Lara, they decided to actually go and do a reboot called Tomb Raider Legend. They changed Lara's look, gave her a different hairstyle, and they changed the backstory for her character. In classic Lara backstory, her parents were still alive, whereas in the Legend game, they made it that her mother went missing and that her father had died. Because that was a success, they actually did more that followed on from Legend. However, first they did a remake of this game, but also a prequel to Legend. And then they did Tomb Raider Underworld. And that was that version of Lara. So that was the second continuity. But then in 2013, they did yet another reboot, and they completely changed the character again, changed her backstory, except they made it that her mother and father were dead. Now, spoiler alert for Tomb Raider Underworld. You find out that Lara's mother was still technically alive, but she was basically turned into a... I was going to say wraith, but that's not right. Bloody hell, what's the name of them? The creatures. I hate when that happens when I'm trying to explain something and I forget the name of something. In any case, her mother is not actually properly alive. She may as well be dead. So Lara kills her to put her out of her misery. Because it's been, decades since she went missing. But anyway, the 2013 game makes it that her mother and father are dead from the outset. And the whole story is different, of course, as well. So there's other games in the series that they did, like there's some Game Boy games as well. But the Game Boy games are the version of Lara that was from the classic games as well. But they don't really follow on from any particular main entry of the classic series or anything like that. But yeah, it'd be cool to actually have sequels to Angel of Darkness after all these years. Hey there, Spectrum. Things are going well, thanks. Running around this tomb in Greece as Lara Croft. How's things going with you? Shin Tomb Raider logic. No one has been in the tomb in over 1,000 years, yet somehow the torches are still lit and you can find parts to modern machine guns. Yeah. Imagine in real life finding highly advanced weaponry in a region and in a location that was lost for centuries or hidden for centuries. Hello, Gorky. Welcome. How's your day going today? Lucas, oh, this place is nice. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good visuals. Plus the water looks, pretty good in the remaster versus the original, where it's like that. Lara can't be that old, 30s if that. Yeah, classic Lara is actually in her 30s. We do have a flashback at the start of Tomb Raider 4 when she was 16 years old in 1984. And then in that game story, it fast forwards to present day again. But the version of Lara that's in the 2013 game, she's actually in her 20s. Spectrum, you're doing okay. Up at dawn. Oh, really? Up at dawn yet? Very, very early. That's fair enough. Well, I hope that you can have some coffee and you're going okay, Ogorki? Nice. That's good to hear. That's it, Spectrum. Thrall. That's right. Yeah, so in Tomb Raider Underworld, Lara's mother has become a thrall, essentially. But she looks visually like Hela from Norse mythology. In terms of having one half alive and one half dead looking. Lucas, Indiana Jones is in his 70s and still kicking ass. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely an old character. I don't know if it's canon anymore, but there was a series called The Young Indiana Jones Chronicles, and there were bookends of the episodes where you had Indiana Jones when he was like either 90 or 99 or something like that, and he had a cane and he had an eye patch because he lost an eye somewhere along the way. But I don't know if that's canon anymore. Spectrum, did someone say coffee? Coffee. For the greater good. Alright, game. Fine. I'll go the way that the game actually wants you to go. Oops. Thank you, Lucas, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Shin coffee is required for life. The dinosaurs did not have coffee, and look what happened to them. Imagine if dinosaurs did have coffee. Actually, there was a show in the 90s, a live-action show, but with puppet dinosaurs. Called Dinosaurs. The baby dinosaur had a catchphrase which was, "Not the mama, not the mama." I don't know how many seasons that went for. Okay, so I've got a scene. The X is designed for extreme combat, driven by a plasma reactor and equipped with onboard weapons. Its arsenal includes nanotechnological trajectors, meaning it can control other machines. Its body chassis is heavily armored and hardened to withstand external attack. You'll find a way to destroy her. Unlikely. I'm an obsolete design. TX is faster, more powerful, and more intelligent. It's a far more effective killing machine. Oh, great. That's great. My presence in this timeline has been anticipated. TX is designed to terminate other cybernetic organisms. So, she's an anti-Terminator. Terminator? You've got to be shitting me. No, I am not shitting you. That's from Terminator 3. Thanks for redeeming that, Lucas. Lucas, you remember that show? Yeah, I remember when it first came out. In Australia, I don't know if they showed the whole season or not. And it was one of those shows that I never looked back at, to see. Oh, Gorky, I'm the baby, got to love me. Wasn't that one of the quotes from that show, I think? Spectrum live action puppets. How does that work? Oh, yeah, I should have gone into more detail. Live action backgrounds, I think, and locations, but puppets for the actual dinosaurs. But that's from memory, though. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe the backgrounds and stuff were actually like, sort of like, I don't know, computer generated or something. Listen to Terminator, you say? Absolutely. That smile from Terminator 2, when John Connor is trying to teach the T-800 how to smile, and that's his first attempt at smiling. Alright, since the remaster gives you photo mode, what I like to do is just use photo mode to see the symbols above the doors to then pull the switches in the corresponding order. Whereas before, what I would do is I would have one save file where Lara is I think I had one save file where Lara is already down near the doors, and then one when she's near the switches, and then just reload the save for when she's near the door to check, and then I think that's how I had it. But anyway, with the remasters and photo mode, can just use that instead. Hey there, Scar. Welcome. Problem is, Lara did kill all the dinosaurs. That's why they're gone. That's definitely a fair point. In this game, but then in Tomb Raider 3 as well. Yeah, McChimpy. Rod's Grease Orchestra. Sometimes it's easy to accidentally make the gunshot happen, but if you get your button presses in tapping the button right, you can make it look like she's doing some kind of like orchestration with the two guns. What's funny is you can see that she's actually saying something. Well, not saying something, but there's mouth movements for when she actually does it. If I can get the camera to stay in a certain spot. Because the reason is, when you actually have her shooting, her facial expression changes to that. So doing this makes the start of the mouth animation to happen. If there was something that I would suggest, if they can do it, is make it so that when the player moves the camera to a certain position around Lara and they let go of the control stick, that it stays there until they move it. Because if you put it where you want it and then let go, it'll eventually put the camera back behind Lara. Obviously, if you want photo mode, then that's one thing, but if you want the character to be doing like animations, it'd be good to have the ability to stop the camera where you want and keep it there until you're ready to move it away. But I think in the remasters for 4, 5, and 6, with the new addition to, or the update to photo mode in that game, you'll be able to set up short animations with camera movements included that you can play on loop. Yeah, Lucas. Hasta la vista, baby. So funny thinking back to when certain movies came out, because like when Terminator 2 came out, I was about 7 years old. Thank you, Inmita, for redeeming the changed Lara outfit. I can choose? Cool. Alright, so last time it was redeemed, I chose the Nevada outfit. I'll go the bloody classic. And with the sunglasses on as well. So this takes the classic outfit and it adds some wear and tear and bits of blood and stuff on Lara. Makes it look like she's been through the wars. Cheers, Inmita, and thanks for redeeming that. That's going to be active at least for the remasters of 1, 2, and 3. Because with the remasters of 1, 2, and 3, you actually had to finish the game first before the game let you change outfits. So I'm assuming it'll be the same for the remasters of 4, 5, and 6. Oh, Gorky, it wants you to have a hand. Yeah. In Tomb Raider Anniversary, which is a remake of this, you can actually unlock the gold Lara to play as. Why am I going to that point where I've already got the door open that I need? That piece of shit. Oh my god, the save was before I had the other fucking bloody pieces, the other pieces of lead. Fucking hell. That's what I get for not saving at the start of a level. Dr. Darling, there should be a Medipack command. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Channel point redeemed to make me use a health kit. Even if I don't need to use one. Dr. Darling, no. Oh no, hang on. Hang on. I just have to get the other two made gold. Alright, that's not as bad then. No worries, Lucinda. Going into work lurk mode? Work lurk mode. Activate. That's no trouble at all. Thank you so much for that. Would like to recommend highly people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda has been doing a stream of the game Thief, doing a playthrough of that. Also has a Resident Evil marathon going on. Also a big fan of the Bioshock and Dishonored series, as well as horror franchises like The Last of Us, Evil Within, Dead Island, and Dying Light. Also has some sweet raccoon-themed emotes as well. Great streamer, so definitely recommend. Dr. Darling, filth, you are thief. I'll hand your have for that. I'll be starting my Assassin's Creed annual playthrough series soonish, but I won't be doing all 17 games back to back to back like I did last year. I'm actually going to put the games into certain groupings, and then when one grouping is finished, I'm going to do some different games. So I'm going to separate the Assassin's Creed games into groupings, and then do one group, take a break from it, then do another group, so on and so forth, until I get through all the games that I've got planned. That's all good for the shout out, Lucinda. Always more than happy to give you one. Nice, that's kind of like what you want to do with Resident Evil in the future. Absolutely. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, like, it can be pretty daunting having all those games in a row, and I feel like being able to separate them into different groups lets them breathe a bit more. And also, it'll be good so I can actually do different games without having to wait until I've done all 17 Assassin's Creed games before I can add any other games to the schedule and stuff. But I think I might start that after I finish the remasters of Tomb Raider, maybe. But I've also got the weekends as well. But I'd rather the weekends not be all games that take a while. Like Rise of the Tomb Raider is taking a while because it's 100%. Plus listening to all the dialogue. Plus doing extra stuff that the game doesn't count as 100%. So that's taking quite a few streams to get through. But I don't want every game that I'm going to do on the weekends to take several weekends to get through. So there will be some games that I'll just finish on a weekend. And maybe you can play them in chronological order this time. That's definitely something I've never done before. And I wouldn't mind doing that. My only problem with that is I'm so much a stickler for formal orders of stuff that I'd have to do it as part of like a separate kind of playthrough series. And maybe do like some of them. Code and back info dump 2/3, and you're starting to look any open windows in the office. Only probably it's the third floor. Well, hopefully it won't, be too terrible. But, hopefully things will improve for you, Code. And me, so that's totally understandable. Yeah, I mean there are some games where I could do, especially after the Desmond Saga, because after the Desmond Saga there's some games that don't require actually playing the games in order as well. Now this time I'll save at the start of this next level. Oh, I didn't remember that I changed the outfit, so I'll just change that back to what I had it. For example, you have Assassin's Creed Syndicate, which takes place in 1868, But you also have Assassin's Creed Chronicles India, which has Henry's father as the character that you play as. And that's closer to Syndicate's time period than it is to Unity's time period. So I could do Chronicles India first and then Syndicate. So I could probably put Assassin's Creed Chronicles India after Assassin's Creed Unity, but before Syndicate. Never actually played AC games in order. Oh, yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things, too, where, like, I could do a random game in the series without having to do it in a certain order, you know, but, like, if I felt like playing Assassin's Creed Liberation, you know, I'd be more than happy just to jump into that and then, you know, jump around a bit. Go from playing like Assassin's Creed Black Flag to then just playing Assassin's Creed 1, you know, things like that. Just sort of like, because I know the stories, so I don't need to play them in order in terms of like just picking a game out of the series to play. But in terms of chronology, I did do a playthrough of Black Flag, but I did it in chronological order in terms of like, well, not really. Chronological order's not doesn't factor into it. Anyway, never mind. I was gonna say I was gonna bring up my playthrough of Black Flag where when a character tells Edward to wait a few weeks before contacting them again, I would actually wait a few weeks in real life. In Meta, you started with Black Flag, played 2, then 1, Brotherhood, Revelations, 3, Syndicate, Origins, Odyssey, Mirage, Unity, and Valhalla. Oh, interesting order. Yeah, it would have been interesting going from Black Flag to 2, because that's a few years difference between the games and a few advancements in between as well. Code, it's the old classics. Truly, the in-house thing. It is issues that causes things to show multiple times or be stuck in limbo. Now it seems you're going to be playing the role of a first aid patch that's going to for the 45th round as they try to patch the sinking build. Geez, Code, it seems like you've been given like a molehill to like a mountain. Sorry, a mountain to actually deal with. A mountain of things. Now it's time for Pierre the prick to turn up again. Until next time, prick. Code more like whack-a-mole. Yeah, whack-a-mole. And Mitzi, you started playing Unity after 3, but you got stuck and rage quit the game. You decided to give it another chance when you're done with the Mirage. Well, that's good. That's good that you gave it another chance as well. I mean, it would have been understandable if you didn't, but that's cool that you did. Code, best thing was when you asked, so can you make you a list which sites link to which of these 4 main functions? You have no clue, and you don't think the second person here knows that. And these are the people who made this. Well, was in the main team. Jeez, that's... when it comes to, you know, things that are really, really handy to know, if no one else knows, that definitely doesn't help. Oh, that party meter, yeah. It's funny with that, because if you want to get all the dialogue, you have to actually fail the QTEs in the first instance on purpose, so the full dialogue will actually play out. Because if you actually succeed at the QTE straight away, you'll actually cut off the dialogue that they're saying. So if you don't care for that stuff, you know, that's definitely neither here nor there, but... No, but imagine knowing stuff. Yeah, it's like, so I'm new at this job. You've been here for years. What should I know? That if you look like you're doing work, people will think you are. It's like, customer comes up to you. Hi, I was wondering. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I'm sorry. Even though I've worked here for years, I'm actually new. So I have to go and ask someone who knows. Sorry, I'll be right back. No, bro, Jesus is coming. Look busy. Quick, hurry up. Or it's like, can you please clean this thing? Sure. And then the person cleans it. But because they did it too quickly and they don't want to do the next task, they're like, oh, I need to, you know, do it again, but slower. Code only plus side. In Meta, but you need to do another playthrough of it because you only rushed through the main story and didn't bother doing any side quests. It'd be definitely good to see what you think about doing all the side stuff as well, because there's actually some good stuff in Assassin's Creed 3 with like the homestead missions, for example. Code only plus side is this system does not deal in healthcare, but the business that are using this are going to lose money and income as this sinking ship is not working. Well, you're too nice person thinking that matters. Yeah, that can be frustrating too, though, when you really care about something, but the other workers are just like, meh. If this doesn't succeed, whatever. It's not like there's anything riding on the success of it. This key here, they actually changed the brightness on it, because when the game originally came out, that key blended in with the texture on the ground here. And if you went into old school graphics mode, though, the key stood out like a sore thumb. So they patched it out for the remastered graphics and made it a bit brighter so you can actually see it against the backdrop of the texture. I got caught with that because I was running around going, where do I go next? Surely I haven't forgotten anything. And then I went past that area and I just decided to go into the old school graphics, and then it was like, oh, there's the key. That's what I missed. Because in the new graphics, when the game first came out, you couldn't actually see it properly. In Me Too, you'll stream Unity at some point, but your viewers keep redeeming games, so you play those games instead. Not that you're complaining, mind you. You like when people tell you what game to play next because you have so many games that you cannot decide which one to play next. Yeah, that can be good too, because then when someone suggests something, you can go, right, okay, that's something to actually jump to now. Whereas if not, you're sort of like, I got 10 games here. Do I want to play game number 2? Nah, don't feel like that one. How about game number 5? Nah, that game is a bit too long. How about game number 2 again? Nah. How about 3? And you're like, what about game 10? And then like a week later, you're like, shit, I don't know which one. So that's good to have like a solid, concrete, this is the game that I'm going to play because it was suggested. This rat just standing up. Old school style. So now it woke up. In Me Too, yeah. For now you have Uncharted 4, Resident Evil Village, and Mafia 1 OG lined up. That's really cool. The Uncharted games, I really like them a lot. 4 actually ended up being my favorite one. Have you played any before? Nice emote, Lucinda. You gotta love when stuff like that happens. Admit to you, tried playing 2 a few years ago, but never finished it. They seem very interesting. Shame that they are not all on PC, but you can't wait to play 4. 2, I liked. Um, I remember at the time, I felt like I liked the first one better than 2, even though 2 I think is considered by a lot to be probably the best one. But I like them all though. But yeah, 4, like, there's definitely a lot of improvements to gameplay mechanics that they introduced in 4 as well that I felt as well. So that definitely helped. And it felt like the enemies were a bit more responsive to your attacks in terms of like being affected by the bullets hitting them. Whereas in the earlier games, sometimes you'll shoot them and they won't flinch and won't do anything, but they'll still be able to move forward towards you and shoot at you, you know? So sometimes it felt a bit annoying when they were able to get a couple of free shots on you without you being able to do anything. Because, like, I like it in games where if you're quick enough to notice the enemy first and start shooting them first, they shouldn't be able to start shooting you without, you know, taking some kind of like doing some kind of like animation for getting hit, you know, and being stopped a little bit as well. This seems fairer that way. Soon we're going to have Pierre the Prick turn up again. It makes you understand. Yeah, it was kind of frustrating because it's like, come on. Like, fair enough if they see you first and you're too slow to react to shooting them, then them getting in quite a lot of shots is understandable. Dr. Darling, splat. Absolutely. Lara Pancake. That was close. You almost became a Lara Pancake. Nobu, play old MMOs. Elder Scrolls, Star Wars, Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, Witcher, Tomb Raider, always fighting large rats. Absolutely. There's a really big rat that you fight in Red Dead Redemption 2 as well, named Micah Bell. Then you got the Plague Tale games with all the rats. Yeah, Dr. Darling. I'm going to be ending the stream soon. My concentration level is getting lower and lower. Alright, Pierre the prick. Where are you? Here you are. Piece of shit. He's a tricky piece of shit. He can turn invisible and disappear on you. Dr. Darling, you could say it's the Mass Effect. Yeah, there was definitely parts towards the end there where I'm like, I'm liking this ending, but can we get there yet? Here we go, the magical floating crocodiles. And those friggin' banshees, Jesus Christ, like having so many of them too to deal with.
No.
Just wanted to hear her say no.
No.
It's so funny because they actually kept that same no for other games in the series after this one, even though Shelley Blonde, who did the voices, or the voice for Lara in this game, and the vocals for, like, no, and all that kind of stuff, she wasn't actually in any other Tomb Raider games. So when they had someone new play Lara, they had them, of course, record all their dialogue, but they must have reused a lot of Shelley Blonde stuff, especially the no. Lara wiping out Donkey Kong and his family. Jeez, I don't know. We'll get all our health back. Dr. Darling, Lara can push 3 by 3 by 3 stone blocks. Meanwhile, you can't move your wardrobe. Well, that's because Lara never skips leg day. But it also helps that she's also got springs in her legs. And also helps that she's able to grab things on flat surfaces without anything to grip onto as well. I'm sweating like a hookah in the church. Wait, Sally, you bought a hookah to a church? Yeah, why not? I was like, that's not in the movie Commando. Sally, you son of a bitch. Well, Sully had to be let go. Code the Lara Mini-Me Terminator. That's true. I shall call him Mini-Me. Almost went into a Gollum thing there. Mr. Epic, you always loved Uncharted more. That's definitely fair enough. Good thing Tomb Raider existed, though. Although you could argue if Tomb Raider didn't exist, Uncharted probably would still come about because Indiana Jones, but... Dr. Darling, you take the dinosaurs already got decimated while you're away? Oh, absolutely, yeah. But there'll be more when we get to Tomb Raider 3. Mr. Epic, that's because you really like Nathan Drake, such a cool guy. He is such a great character. I really liked his character. Plus Nolan North does a great job as him. Mr. Epic, well, you played Uncharted before the Tomb Raider game, so take that, Rod. Yeah, that's definitely fair. And just because something came first doesn't necessarily mean that it's better or that people will like it more. It's not just Indiana Jones though that inspired Tomb Raider as well. You've got Prince of Persia, and even though the first Prince of Persia is 2D, the principle of having things divided into squares, because in Prince of Persia you've got the tiles which are spaced out just enough so that looking at how many tiles there are in a row will let you know whether or not you can perform a running jump on that. And it helps you figure out the distances between jumps, whether you need to do a run and jump or a standing jump. And Tomb Raider takes that, of course, but it puts it into a 3D grid-based situation instead. But it's the same kind of principle. Like on this square, you have so much space. If you want to make certain jumps, you need to make sure that Lara is right at the edge. And to double check that, you can just press back once to make her go back. And this is enough for her to actually do a run and jump onto something. Plus the idea of having traps as well that you need to dodge. Spike traps and things like that too. But obviously Indiana Jones had that too. Oliver, oh my god. I mean, Oliver, you come back home and Rod is talking about squares. That's true. Pierre the prick. Mr. Epic, never thought of it that way, but it makes sense, yeah. Yeah, it can be cool to see the connections between things, similarities and elements that if it's in one thing, it might go towards you liking it in something else. But of course, that doesn't necessarily mean that if something does something that you liked in something else, that it'll be good. That's for sure. Sometimes even things that you like, another game might have it, but it might not do it too well, or there might be other things that override that element, which makes you not like the game, you know? Oliver, so many good streams, so little time. Oh, I definitely know what that's like. And then sometimes multiple people that you want to watch go live at the same time. Or there's some times where you need to go and do something and someone that you want to watch the stream of goes live and you're like, oh, damn, I can't watch them because I need to go off and do this thing, you know. Mr. Epic, well, to be fair, why you like Uncharted more is the characters were so good. Nathan, Sully, Elena, Tomb Raider has okay characters, but to tell you the truth, can't remember their names. That's fair enough, Mr. Epic. Yeah, that's no good. That's no worries. That's all good. Only character you hated was Nadine. Man, she was insufferable. Chloe was amazing always, as always, though. You also like the actress that played Chloe. She played in one of your favorite sci-fi shows, Stargate SG-1. Yeah, Claudia Black. I had seen her in Queen of the Damned. She actually played one of the vampires in that, but I don't think she had many lines of dialogue, so it was more like just a background kind of role as well. And wasn't she? No, I'm probably thinking of something else. I was thinking of Farscape as well. That was a show that I never watched much of, but I remember liking it when I saw it on television back when it came out. Thank you, Oliver, for leaving the lurk, dude. Ah, she was Mr. Epic. Oh, that's cool, because I thought I might have been misremembering. Mr. Epic, the guy that played Teal'c was Kratos. Jason Momoa was in Stargate Atlantis. Many great actors were in those shows. Yeah, it's so funny when you see a show and there's actors in it that then later on become well known, and then when you actually watch those shows again after all those years, those actors then just stick out like a sore thumb. You're like, oh, I didn't know at the time that that's who that was. Nobu, that thing sounds like a kobold from WoW, World of Warcraft, the gorilla. Oh, does it? It's so funny what similarities can happen between real life animals, but also alien creatures or other kinds of like fictional beings that get done in fantasy or sci-fi as well. Getting sort of like hybrids of stuff too. I remember in Mega Man X and the other games too. I think in the Mega Man X series, having each boss was based on like an animal. Mr. Epic, speaking of Nobu, they might have used the same sound file or a similar one. They definitely could have. Oh yeah. It's so funny too when you watch like a movie and you hear a sound effect that you've heard in games a lot, and you're like, "Hey!" It's like that Leonardo DiCaprio meme from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Mr. Epic, speaking of which, weren't the rumors that the next God of War was in Egypt? That's what I'd saw. That's what I'd seen. Yeah, which is kind of interesting. It's like Kratos has to kill all the gods of every mythology that exists. Mr. Epic, supposedly Kratos isn't going to be the main character anymore. That's just strange. You don't like, to be honest. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know about that. When you completely take out a character being the main one, and there's nothing of them except maybe a couple of appearances here and there, it's like, At that point, it's not really God of War anymore. In Meta, Kratos, the ultimate god killer. He really is. Imagine the powers of a god are bestowed upon you, and you're like, I'm a god! And then you feel a tap on your shoulder. And then Kratos is behind you. And then you're like, oh shit. Shadow now's the god of boy! Yeah, I mean, I could see them doing that. But I guess at that point, they need to make sure that people know it's not going to be Kratos. So, Atreyu, like, they could call it something Atreyu or Atreyu something. That's his name, isn't it? I think. Or is it Atreus, not Atreyu? Atreyu's from the Neverending Story, Rod. Jesus Christ. Atreus. There we go. Yeah, Shadow. Yeah, I was thinking of Atreyu, which is a character from the movie Neverending Story.
A little late for the prize giving. No. It is the taking part which counts.
Pierre the Prick is no more. Mr. Epic's only going to give him the naughty dog treatment. His head bashed in with a golf club and then spit on. Imagine the outrage. Yeah, I think doing that with every single character that exists, I think would be a bit on the nose.
Here lies Tehokan, one of the two just rulers of Atlantis, who even after the curse of the continent had tried to keep rule here in these barren other lands. He died without child, and his knowledge has no heritage. Look over us kindly, Tehokan.
Alrighty then, so that is where I'm going to end the stream. Oh. Wrong button. There we go. I want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. The next stream that you'll see from me will be this again. If you see me streaming Tomb Raider Remastered, then that means it's become Thursday. We'll continue on with Tomb Raider 1 Remastered. The plan tomorrow is to finish off Tomb Raider 1, and depending on how long that takes, I may decide to start Tomb Raider 2 tomorrow. We'll just wait and see how things pan out. But that is the end of today's stream. I hope that everyone has a great rest of your day or night, whichever the case may be. Dr. Darling, he'll be back. Absolutely. Definitely will be. Mr. Epic, you always thought that even after Uncharted 5, you still wanted a new one, but after seeing what they did to The Last of Us and their new boring sci-fi game, you'd rather they leave the franchise alone before they ruin Nathan. Sometimes, series need to just end where they are. Especially if they end on a high note, they should stay that way as well. And Mita, are you threatening us? It's like, it's not me. Lara, what are you doing? Thank you so much for the GGs, Mr. Epic. Thank you very much. And Mita, thanks for the stream. Take care. See you tomorrow. Absolutely, and Mita, thank you so much, dude. You too as well. We are going to go right out to Crocodiles. Crocodiles is playing Ghost of Tsushima. He's playing on the hardest mode, and he's doing the DLC content. He's finished the main game, so that's where we'll go to. But before we do, I want to give some shout-outs. Would like to definitely recommend the following streamers. In Mita, who is doing a playthrough of Resident Evil 3 Remake. Lucinda, who is doing streams of games like Thief, and she's also doing a Resident Evil marathon. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banishers, Ghost of New Eden. Scar has been doing a playthrough of Call of Duty World War II. Shillerlock is doing a playthrough of Resident Evil Village. Shaky is doing a playthrough of Far Cry 6. And Shin has been doing God of War. I'm assuming that's the 2018 game. So yeah, definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. No worries at all, Amita, for the shout out. No worries at all, dude. You take care as well, Nobu. Thank you for being here too, and hope you have a good one as well. In Mita, Lara is like, make sure to stop by again tomorrow if you know what's good, lol. It's like, Lara, calm down. If people want to come back, it's up to them. Spectrum, back with coffee and time to say good evening. No worries at all, Spectrum. Thank you so much for watching too. I'm glad that you got your coffee. I hope that you enjoy it. Hope you have a great day. Yeah, Oliver, going to be finishing up, dude. Let me see, did 8 levels actually. Is it 8 levels? I think it's 8 levels. So yeah, made a good start on it. So definitely we'll finish it tomorrow. Oh yeah, Lucinda, that's all good for the shout out. No problemo at all. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. And I've also got one to put in for subscribers as well. Thank you, Oliver. I definitely will. It was good to make a start on the remastered Tomb Raider games marathon. Hey there, AC. Hey, Ave.
Tom the Braider, we meet at...
End stream. Thanks for joining, though, Ave. I hope things are going well. Spectrum, not sure about a great day. A kidney stone has hit you suddenly. Oh, sorry to hear about that, Spectrum. I hope that it doesn't, give you too much strife. It did, thanks, Ave. Yeah, made some good progress. It's been a good day for you? Excellent. That's good to hear, dude. Sorry about the timing on that. But thanks for joining. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Home from work and not dead tired, just a bit tired. Well, that's good that you're not dead tired. That's for sure. We don't want that.